No, I did not forget to get into a Discord call before stream. But hello everybody, how are you guys doing today? How's it hanging? How's it going? Y'all enjoying your day so far? The day has pretty much just gotten started for me because I didn't roll out of bed till 11. But you know what? Listen. I lived, bitch. Busy. Hey, hello. I need to make sure I set myself to do not disturb before somebody cheeky tries messaging me. but yes, I am here. I lived. I manifested. I'm back from the dead. That was the void without Discord. Yeah, I just rolled out of bed at 11 o'clock. Listen, I haven't been getting much sleep this past week. So last night, I passed out and I did not get up until I absolutely had to. I'm just laying there, like, I gotta get up. I gotta stream Live today. I'm so excited. I'm so happy to play it. So here we are, back again with our boy Cove. Okay, so unrelated question. How do I ban someone in my chat? No, I'm kidding. Or am I? Drive, okay. I'm glad you could tell. I'm glad Jack knew. I was just kind of sitting there like, well, all right, this is how we're doing it. How do I convey that you guys gotta pick one before I just get in it myself? Okay, but this drive. Where is my stream manager? There we go. Put it on my phone. If this stream was about to come into the... I'm the one who's busy. It shouldn't be me. but this dream is about to turn into a... Alright guys, let's do some silent reading.
There goes the peace and quiet.
Baby, I hope you realize that I have the ability to make you shut up as well. I can take your voice away. I'm about to be Ursula here. I'm about to take your voice away. Maybe you'll get a better pair of legs than those little stubs. Thank you for the like, Shaggy. You're streaming now, aren't you? I just retweeted that, right? Yes.
Try me. No balls.
Oh yeah? Okay. Now I force you to go into your own silence. What's that? I couldn't hear you, BB. Sorry. You wanted something? Oh no, that's too bad. It's so unfortunate that you can't say anything right now. Damn. Such a shame. Alright, I'll turn your back on. I won't bully you for the whole stream.
Pants grab.
Leave my pants alone. Hello. He's like tugging at my pants. He's like, give me the burger. Give me the burger. But I'll be nice. And I won't mute you again. So let's all be a good little bear. Yeah, this was about to turn into like a silent personal reading time. About to come in here Like, take the mouse. Like, alright guys, read each word. Honestly, honestly, BB, you could have read this out loud for everybody. Okay, booger. Let's see, image. Burger. Let me find it. Where? No, that's not right. No, you're okay, Jack. I mean, you're at work. You're good. Give me a signal before everyone in chat is done reading. Exactly. Just put a hello done in the chat. Alright, here's your burger. I'll make it nice and big for you. Because we're friends. BB. Not enemies. So be nice to me. Okay. So. Drive. We are in the drive. Moment. What shall happen in this one? I wonder. Like a lazy cat, you stretched your arms above your head and yawned, blinking your eyes sleepily. The day was warm and pleasant, and you were lounging on the couch in the living room, finding it difficult to do much in that moment. Your moms and Liz had gone out shopping, looking for some new items for your sister to take back and decorate her college dorm with. They had asked if you wanted to go with them, but you declined. For you,
Nom
today
nom
was
nom.
all about
Hey,
relaxation.
I asked for pickles. Where are the pickles? I want a refund.
You didn't pay for it. I gave it to you for free. Be thankful for what you get. You know what? My burger now. If you're gonna be like that, take it away. Either eat what you get or you eat nothing at all. So rude, and for what? Cove had dropped by to spend some time with you, content to join in with doing nothing. The two of you had been chatting idly as you lazed around, talking about the other things you had planned for the summer. You were sitting next to him, he said
And give me compensation for your rudeness.
My rudeness? Listen, you were the one that woke up and chose violence today. You should be paying me. Being happy that I was muted and complaining about the burger that everybody so generously gave to you. You're being a little sassy today. What, did you not get much sleep last night? I did. I got some good sleep.
Wanna throw hand? I will mess you up.
Oh yeah? That's how you want to be? Okay, I see how it is. Find the button that makes BB stop working. What if I just put him in the corner? You know what? You're in the corner. Here, I'll poke his little head out. Oh shit, the TTS thing is too big. I can't. Chat's in the way. Throw him. Wah! He falls back down. Throw him again. Into the sky. And now he's gone. Goodbye, BB. You will be missed.
Feel sick. Stay out of the blast zone.
Oh, he going barf. Y'all better watch out. Alright, come back down. There you go. Whoa. There you go. All better. Now while he's coming back down from that. He sat on one couch while you were fully stretched out on the other. You were stretched out across him as he sat on the couch. You were cuddling on the couch. Ooh. I'm gonna lay on him.
Blue, ooh.
Ew, BB, no. At least aim away from me. God damn. Maybe it's good I did take away the burger.
Clean that up.
No, you clean that up. You eat garbage. Just eat the throw it back up. I mean, it's yours. Here, get down there and eat it. Clean it up. That's right. The burger just barely out of reach. I know.
That's the good shit.
I mean, it's yours, so I'm glad you enjoy it. The burger is just barely out of reach. I know. Until he learns to tone that attitude back, he can have it back. But for now, well, he just vomited too, so maybe you shouldn't eat the burger. Maybe I should take a bite instead. Delicious. Okay, you had your feet propped up on one arm the rest, and use Cove as a comfy cushion beneath your head. Totally settled in. Cove gently wound his fingers through your hair as you rested on his legs, equally at ease. The day dragged on, and you found yourself yawning more and more often between conversations.
I don't remember eating bath. Why does it taste like bath?
I don't know. I mean, do you really pay attention to what you eat out of the garbage can? Maybe somebody came by and you... Just give him bear-themed liquid ibuprofen. You know what? Maybe I should make that. maybe in a future art stream we just do bear medicine. It's like, oh, you need some band-aids? You need ibuprofen? Bear-ibuprofen? Someone had one too many drinks. Baby, are you out drinking? Are you consuming the alcohol? Do they actually let you into bars like that? Are you even allowed? You don't even have an official ID. You're from the woods. You have no identification cards at all. Little bit on his nose.
Got a second-hand drunk from the bath I ate.
Oh no, baby. All right, well take it easy. Yeah, you're hooked in my arm. I hold you like a little baby. Although I have your body turned away from me, so if you barf again, it's not on me. I prefer no puke, thank you. A little band-aid on his nose. Yeah, yeah. Oh, that was an idea I had. I wanted to also do an art stream where we make like little different clothing assets and stuff for BB2 for funsies. Like make him a little judge wig and gavel. Just stuff like that. Lurking for it. Okay, thank you, Hugo. He needs shades. Yeah, he also needs shades too. And his own little crown. He needs lots of stuff. Oh my gosh, so much to do. About to give you all this drip, BB. And for what? Just for you to barf all over, apparently. Right, you had almost dozed off completely when suddenly a buzz rang out, disturbing the silence. Your phone was on his charger in the kitchen, so it couldn't have been that. Ko pulled his own phone from his back pocket and checked the screen. His movement had jostled you, so you tried to readjust your position to get right again. It's my mom. After leaning forward and setting the phone on the coffee table in front of him, Cove hit the speaker button. Hey, what's up? Dae's here too. Hi, Cove. Hello, Dae. And you made a small noise in response. Oh, that's rude.
I want
hi.
deal with it glasses.
I want deal with the glasses. Alright, we'll get you some deal with the glasses. Soon. Just be patient. Cove, baby, I wanted to ask if you had a plan for all your junk? Cove made a small, outraged grumble, giving you a sidelong glance. That's not junk. It's important. Mm-hmm. Though you couldn't see it, you could tell by the sound of her voice that Kira was smiling. But is that a yes or no about the plan? He looked over at you, his mouth pulled into a tight smile. I'm still thinking about it. Dae, I'm gonna take the phone off speaker so me and Mom can go over this. It'll be quick. Cove carefully moved you off him and took the phone from the table before pushing himself to his feet. He hit the speaker button again to turn it off and continued conversation with his mom as he headed towards the door. The lock clicked behind him as he exited the house, and you sank back onto the cushions, idly trying to decide what to do next. After electing to grab your own phone charger, you resumed your position on the couch, tapping away at the screen. Your mind drifted away from thoughts of Cove and his phone call with all of the many ways your device could distract you. It was an effective enough way to kill the time, and you had managed to do various little things when the door opened again and Cove returned. Just do some doom scrolling on like TikTok or YouTube Shorts. Or Twitter. I mean, that's what I do. Like, literally, I'll come home after a long day, be like, okay, I'm gonna lay down and I'm gonna take a nap. Instead, I'll pull out my phone while I'm laying in bed and I'll just scroll on YouTube, on the YouTube Shorts, and just watch just mindless mumbo-jumbo.
I'm bored. Do you have games on your phone?
I do have games on my phone, actually. You got games on your phone? What game do you want to play, BB? I have a variety. Yeah, I am handing you my phone, and you can play on it. I don't know, actually, BB, how are you gonna play on it? You don't have fingers.
I want to play Angry Birds.
Alright, just get it from the store and play it. Does your paw pads even register as a finger for it to work on the touch screen? Yeah, you'll figure it out. Just don't break my phone. You break it, you buy it. taking your influx of paw print coins. Okay. He gave you a smile as he approached, so you figured the conversation couldn't have gone too bad. You watched as Cove strolled over to where you were still sitting. He crossed his arms against the top corner of the couch, resting on them while bending forward to lightly kiss the top of your head. A little kiss for free. Hey.
Shit.
Back.
Crash. I'm not paying for that.
Paying? Isn't Angry Birds free? Shit, Crash. Let's see. Okay, I give a kiss back. Repayment. He met you with a quick peck before pulling back quickly, a flush of pink staining his cheeks. So, good or bad news? He turned his head suddenly, running a hand through his hair and letting out an exasperated breath. He seemed nervous, but you couldn't imagine why.
I drop your phone. I'm not paying for it.
Don't drop it! Now, baby, you have to... I pick up my phone. You have to handle other people's things with care. This is the phone that gets us food, you know. How are we supposed to order pizza if you break the phone? Do you not want pizza? Do you not want McDonald's? Like, you gotta think. No phone, no food. Okay, it's fine. Not anything to worry about.
Why would you give me your phone? I don't have fingers. This is on you.
You asked for it. I was being nice to you. You asked for the phone to play games. Then you remembered you didn't have fingers and you dropped it. You could have held it gently. Like, I put you in my little arms after you got sick and now you dropped my phone.
I did nothing. You can't prove anything.
I got you on camera, son. I got you here live on Twitch. You can't escape that. All the buds out there see.
I'm telling Mom.
There is no mom. There's no mom here. You're an orphan, just like us in the game. Well, I guess we're not orphans. We're adopted. You're adopted, BB. You don't have a mom. I didn't mean to want to tell you it like this, but it had to be said. You raised an eyebrow at his tone, moving your head to the side to try and meet his eye.
This is so sad. Alex, play Despacito.
Despacito. I don't know the words. The best I can do is just mumble the tune for you. That doesn't explain what's going on. He shrugged and gave you a tight smile, trying to play whatever it actually was off as unimportant. There's nothing going on, just stuff I can deal with later, some other time. He was transparently avoiding the truth, and you stared back at him seriously, an indication that you weren't going to ignore what he was doing. Eventually, he broke beneath your stare, taking his head in his hands and groaning. He became a Minecraft villager, huh? I need to make another trip to my mom's place. There's some stuff out there that I'm gonna use, so I'll have to go pick it up. It wouldn't make sense to ship it, and I couldn't bring the stuff back with me last time since I flew. Oh. Suddenly, you understood what the phone conversation had been about. Cove was going to drive to his mom's house in Nevada. When will you go? Mom thinks it would be best to do it now, while I'm still kind of free, but... Cove pouted, giving you an unhappy look, and you could see the prospect was already taking a toll on him. I don't want to. I was just there, and for even longer than usual. Why do I have to leave right now when it's our last summer like this? You left, not knowing why he was being so difficult about it. You thought it was cute he wanted to stay. You can hack it. I don't want you to go either. He shook your head affectionately. I mean, if it's just a short trip to go get your stuff, it'll be alright. Sure, he'd be sad to see him go, but it sounded like it would be only a brief trip. That didn't seem that bad. We can survive without each other for a couple days. Looking up again, you met his bright aquamarine eyes, finding a sad smile tugging on his lips. Oh. A whoa? Suddenly, his eyebrows jumped, and his eyes lit up like a lamp. You could come with me. You should come with me. I mean, I get that two of us live next door to each other, and my mom lives in another state. My trips there are usually to spend time with her. Just the two of us. This time it won't be like that. All I'm gonna do is drive over, stay for a night, and then pack up the car in the morning and turn around again. Most of the time will be spent in the car, so it'd be good to have another person there. Plus, you'd have the chance to see my mom again in her place. Maybe we could even find something cool to break at on the way. You couldn't stop yourself from laughing at his enthusiasm. He blushed a little, reining himself in.
Please?
I just feel like it could be fun. Please, could you think about it? I'd love to. When do we leave? I'll have to let my moms know, but as long as we've got nothing else important on the days we picked, then there's no reason I wouldn't be able to go.
I like his hair. I want to get my fur painted that color.
Oh yeah? A BB 2.0? Dyed fur? More likely than you think. Well, maybe next time we go to the store, we'll take a look at the hair dyes and see if we can find the exact shade of it. He does have very nice hair, though. It's nice and fluffy. I wonder what products he uses to maintain it. He grinned from ear to ear, thrilled by the news. He put both of his hands on your cheeks, kissing your face all over, having to bend down far to do so, but he didn't mind it a bit. Then he wrapped his arms around your neck, letting out a happy sigh. Oh my god, he choked me.
I'm so glad.
This is so great.
I'm gonna be the rizziest bear around.
Hell yeah, you will. With your shades and your dyed fur, and then anything else we give you, nobody can stop you, BB. I'll call my mom back and let her know right now. You spent some time together going over your schedules and making plans for when you could take the trip. You needed to fit it in around both of your work schedules, which took a bit of doing, but came together in the end. Luckily, it was only a 2-day trip, so finding a couple free days in a row wasn't impossible.
I want some chains.
Yeah, get you that gold chains. Oh, like I have on my wrists? I can probably get you another one. Actually, if I take off one on my wrist, it could probably fit around you, maybe, as a necklace. I'll have to try it out later. Man, BB's gonna be styling. It wasn't long before the dates were finally set, and all the plans were made.
Let's go shopping.
Let's go shopping. We will. You were excited for the trip. You were content with the plans. You were nervous. You were feeling unsure about everything. We're excited. I do like a good road trip. Although I make a bad passenger, because if it's just me and one other person, I will sleep the entire time, no matter how long the trip is. I think there was I once had a road trip that was like 21 hours, and I slept the entire time. And it was just me and my dad. Anyways, gotta look for a bit. Okay, Kira. Enjoy the lurk. A short trip sounded like the perfect way to spend some time. You could listen to music, eat snacks, and enjoy the open road. No matter what you thought about things, the morning when you were due to leave arrived. It was cooler than usual, the sun barely peeking over the tops of the houses. You stood outside your house on the footpath near the road, waiting for Cove. You were feeling refreshed after a good night's sleep and an early wake-up. With a travel bag clutched in one hand, he watched as Cove finished packing up his car. He had organized all sorts of things, water bottles, snacks, and who knows what else. Cove insisted he had everything under control and didn't need help. At least you could rest easy, knowing that it was all taken care of. As you waited, you glanced over Cove's car. You knew it well. It used to belong to Mr. Holden, and then when Cove had learned to drive it, it passed to him. His dad had taken the opportunity to get a newer one. Get that upgrade. It was pretty old at this point, but it had served both of them well so far. You just hoped it had enough life left in it to survive a trip as long as the one you were embarking on. The slam of a door closing made you jump. You snapped back to focus and saw Cove was walking towards you. He dusted his hands off of his pants and tilted his head towards the car. That's it? Ready to go? Yeah, I'm ready. He smiled and stepped aside, giving you space to situate your own bag where you wanted it. Once everything was safely inside, he glanced back at you.
Alright.
We should get started. It's gonna be a ways to go. High five. You returned it happily, chuckling at your enthusiasm. Let's do it! The two of you climbed into the car and buckled up, Cove in the driver's seat, and you sitting shotgun. His eyes moved to you.
Thank you.
For coming on this trip with me. Hey, I'm doing this for me too. It'll be fun. I also get something out of this. After checking the mirrors and starting the engine, you pulled out of the driveway and the trip began. With a small sigh, you got cozy in your seat and watched the familiar houses in your neighborhood pass by. Cove reached over to turn on the radio. A crackle of static mixed with the odd snippets of song filled the car as he flipped through the stations. Man, I'm so out of... I haven't narrated in so long. I gotta get back into it. I keep stuttering. Get all these notifications out of the way. Alright. Mr. Horton's car was in good condition, but it was, well, older. There was no way to plug in a phone to play music, so the radio had to do. No Spotify? Can't play my anime openings on this road trip? This sucks. Hate this place. Nah. Eventually, he settled on top 40 station before sitting back and resting both hands on the wheel. Is this okay? Yeah, it works. He smiled, happy with the answer. Time flew by, and with it, the scenery outside your window became more and more unfamiliar. Neither of you spoke for a good long while, but the quiet was comfortable. You had become all too used to each other's company over the years. Eventually, Cove broke the silence, clearing his throat softly before he spoke. It's been too long since you and I have spent time with my mom. I know she still comes to the neighborhood sometimes, but it's not even once a year. I'm always going to hers. I'm happy the two of us are doing this. Yeah, me too. But speaking of your mom and trips, remember the time she took us on that crazy drive all across town? He shook his head at the memory, his laughter clear and bright. Oh, I remember. I kept worrying about papers and shoes while you were having a blast. I mean, it was an amazing night. I did enjoy it. He smiled quietly to himself, clutching the wheel a little more confidently. With the crinkling of his eyebrows, a look of nostalgia crossed over Cove's features. Mom always knew how to make things memorable. I can't deny that. Silence slowly crept back into the space, with you thinking back on that night and all the memories you had of it. Your elbow resting on the windowsill, you gazed out at a world that was slowly coming to life as the morning rolled on by. The sun climbed higher in the sky, forcing you to adjust the visor overhead to keep it out of your eyes. Hey, do you mind reaching back for me? Cove gave you a sidelong glance as he drove, indicating with a nod of his head and a tiny smile. I want some chips, the salt and vinegar ones. I don't know how you can eat that. That's a great flavor. I'm pretty neutral about salt and vinegar chips. I have no comment. Stretching out the seatbelt to give yourself space, you twisted in your spot and reached in the bag, holding the snacks. It took a bit of effort to sort through the collection of goodies stuffed inside, but eventually the bag of chips... sorry. Cove officially the best. Oh, are you also a fan of salt and vinegar chips? He has been the best. That's what I've been saying this whole time. In one way or another. Yes, sir. Ah, damn, you should be on this road trip then. You can both eat all the salt and vinegar chips. It took a bit of effort to sort through the collection of goodies stuffed inside, but eventually the bag of chips crinkled beneath your fingers as you pulled them out and sat back in your seat. Here. Thanks. You mind opening it? You can't do it one-handed while you're driving? Don't mind you. His eyes lit up at the prospects of the snacks. Oh, me too. And you shook your head in amusement, popping the top of the bag. You poured a few chips into his hand. You held the open bag out towards him. Do you want me to feed them to you? His eyes widened, a hint of a blush creeping over his cheeks, but he steadfastly continued to face the road. No, that's okay. Aw, no fun. Couldn't you just pour a few into my hand? Yeah, sure. Thanks. He does not want to be fed like a little baby bird. Well, I guess if it was baby birding, I'd have to eat the chips myself and then spit them back out. I don't think that's a good idea to do while we're driving. Get a hold of yourself, Cove. Hold it. Cove held out one outstretched hand. You did your best to have the chips fall into his palm, but some did end up on the floor. Well, more for me. After that, you rolled up the top of the bag and stowed the chips safely in the back again. When you turned to the front, it was to find Cove crushing the fistful of chips into his mouth, crunching loudly. He rubbed his hand on his pants absentmindedly before gripping the wheel and spilling crumbs all over the place. You're like a little kid. You laughed at that. How can you eat that much? I'm impressed. He's like a child. He snorted and pulled a hand from the wheel once more to flick the salty residue from his fingers at you. Oh, an attack! Stop it! With a gasp, you raised an arm to defend yourself. You shook your head at the mess of the crumbs that fell from his mouth as he chuckled. See what I mean? Nasty. The hours drifted by much the same way as that, with the two of you snacking and chatting as the day stretched on. It was fairly calm and quiet, traveling along the open road, and you found little in the way of interruptions. At one point, you passed a "Welcome to Nevada" sign, and Cove gave a tiny cheer. He was in disbelief that the two of you were seriously all the way in another state like this. Eventually, you had to stop for gas, and made a detour to a small diner to get a proper meal that didn't consist of chips and candy. What? Chips and candy? That's the best meal, though. Very nutritious. After refueling both the car and your stomachs, the drive back was back on, just as the sun began dipping beneath the horizon and bathing the sky in a wash of orange light. Cove informed you that there wasn't too much longer left to go. You were almost there. Ooh. I don't want to take shifts. Actually, let me check real quick. I forgot to check, voice mod. Okay, good. If I don't have a certain, setting clicked on, and it will click off by itself sometimes, apparently I sound like I'm, like, underwater, so I was like, wait a minute. Did I check that? And everybody was just pretending that everything was fine? But no, I do have it checked. I sound perfect as per usual. Alright, you helped Cove stay alert while he drove. I'm not brave enough driver to do all that yet. Driving in a new state. He appreciated it, and you managed the journey together. When night eventually fell in the blanket of darkness, the drive finally came to an end. Cole pulled into the parking lot of Kira's apartment building, the glow of the car lights disappearing as he turned off the engine and let out a heavy sigh. We made it. We're here. The two of you exchanged tired smiles, having successfully and safely completed one half of the trip. You're relieved to have actually arrived and eager to get out of the car and stretch your legs. You took the stairs up to the building together. After a knock, you were abruptly met by a flash of green hair as Kira opened the door and immediately took her son in her arms. There he is, my gigantic baby boy. She squeezed him for a moment, and before she could let go, Cove embraced her tightly back. It was a hold that reaffirmed of all the love he had for her as his mom. She stroked the top of his head in response. When his grip finally loosened, she pulled back so she could examine his face. Are you even taller than the last time I saw you? Cove gave her a fond look as she patted the tops of his shoulders proudly. You say that every time I'm here. It doesn't even make sense right now. My last visit wasn't that long ago. He just keeps growing. Eventually, he's gonna have to bend over to get through the door. Kira simply laughed before letting him go fully and ushering the two of you into her apartment. Then she turned to you, a wide grin pulling at her lips. Dae, it's so nice you came along with. And as a bonus, you both arrived in one piece. It's good to see you, Kira. It's been too long. Kira beamed at you both, and while you would have loved nothing more than to settle down and rest after the drive, you could see she wasn't going to let you go that easily. So? How was the trip? I admit I was just a pinch worried. We barely made it. I appreciate your concern, but it was alright. You felt the fussing was unnecessary. You let Cove answer that. We barely made it. Oh my gosh. We don't get a hug. Yeah, we didn't get a hug. Kira, I thought we were closer than that. No hug. I'm turning around. I'm getting in the car and going home. Cove gave you a dry look, a small smile, tilting his lips. We handled it just fine. Kira clapped her hands together, the bracelets around her wrists jingling. I'm so proud. I can hardly believe how mature you both are. Where did all those smarts come from? Cove ran a hand over his hair with an awkward chuckle. Maybe I got some from my parents. His mom looked at him deeply, her eyes glistening as she shook the sentimentality off with the wave of her hand. Anywhoosies. You have to be half asleep already, huh? I don't want to keep you up much longer. Early morning and any woozies. How do you want to deal with the sleeping arrangements? I've only got my own room in Cove's, so the living room couch isn't bad. Dae can use my bed. I'll just sleep on the floor in the room. It doesn't matter for one night. Kira laughed out loud, startling you both. You raised an eyebrow at her outburst, giving her a quizzical look. Oh yeah, you'll just stay on the floor. You couldn't handle that much back when you were 13, with both your parents in the room. Oh my god. She's bringing that back up. The cringe, the memory. Cove blushed a dark red and gasped, completely unprepared for her to pull out that embarrassing moment from the past. Her laughter continued, unabated. You're going to be driving tomorrow. Do you really want to risk another potential head injury? Hey. Mom! God damn. You blushed, you laughed it off. He's had a long day. It's cool to tease you. The poor boy is so late, even if it's true. Yep, she's right. That's totally what you do. We say that when we were the one that coaxed him up there. You were annoyed. She knows he's sensitive. It was uncalled for. Now, you put a hand on Cove's arm and show support. That's totally what you do. Cove hung his head in defeated embarrassment while you and Kira chuckled together. I'll take the floor. I'll sleep on the couch in the living room. Thank you for letting me have the bed. No, I'll take the floor. I mean, it's your bed. Cove shook his head, dismissing the idea immediately. You're the guest. Alright, I'll have the bed then. Thank you for offering. So, would you be okay with me sleeping on the floor in the room? I'd rather be there than out in the open in the living room, even if there isn't the couch. Yeah, you can sleep there. Kicks him out of his room entirely. Wait, I'm chuckling? Yeah! Oh my gosh, Kira, that's you! You're human! And you have green hair! Kira giggled softly, drawing your attention back to her. And apparently you have a son! Named Cove! Oh my gosh, Kira. You're my boyfriend's mom? Damn. Small world. All funny stuff aside, you need to get some sleep for tomorrow. Seems like you're setting yourselves up to not get any. I know that sounds really captious, but I'm a mom. I have to say these things. Come on, we're not little kids having a sleepover. We're responsible adults. Right, Dae? No, we're not. And you got divorced. Oh yeah, that's true too. You also got divorced as well. Well, I am Cove, though. Cove is, though. I can't say the same for myself. You simply smiled at him. Maybe you should sleep in the living room after all. I'm a MILF. Congratulations, Kira. You have obtained MILF status. And no, we are not responsible adults. Cove cleared his throat and gave you a look that had you biting down on your lip, trying to hide your smile. I'll leave it at that then. For now. Just remember that the walls are thin in this apartment. If you can't settle down and sleep, I might have to separate you. Oh my god, what's she implying? We'll be good. Perfect. She claps her hands together, her bracelets softly tinkling against each other again. It's only getting later, so I better let you prepare for bed. She nodded towards the hallway and gave you a small smile. I'll play hostess for a sec and show you where the bathroom is first. Day, and where you'll be staying the night. Thank you. This is the best day ever, hell yeah! Bad Kira. You hoisted your travel bag back over your shoulder and followed behind Kira and down the hallway. Cove shuffled along behind you, disappearing into the bedroom while his mom had you go to the restroom. The apartment was small, but nicely decorated in soft, cool colors, with plenty of artwork hanging on the walls to give it character. Yeah, like a little splatter paint artwork up there. Oh, what's that over there? Looks like Flounder from The Little Mermaid. Oh, what's that DVD? Or is that a book? What is that? I can't see. Over by the TV. Nah, oh well. It was stylish and exactly what you would have expected from someone like Kira. Oh my gosh, Kira, apparently you're stylish. I've never been bad in my life. Well, you're proving yourself wrong in the game here. After being shown the bathroom and wishing Kira a good night, Kira, you headed into the room and found Cove already there. He had changed into his sleepwear for the night as well and set aside his glasses already. Looking around, you found the bedroom to look much the same as the rest of the apartment, but with small ocean elements you were sure Cove must have enjoyed when he stayed here. All in all, the room was pretty and clean, though it almost looked more like a hotel guest room than a bedroom. Cove only spent a few weeks out of the year there, so it made sense that it wasn't especially lived in.
So?
Oh, look at his jammies. Got a little feather action. What do you think? It's pretty nice, huh? Mom always keeps it clean and everything, even when I'm not here. It's great. Oh, that's sweet of her, actually. Yeah, she's good at like that. Oh my gosh. Kira, a good mom. Who would have thought? He seemed pleased enough with the response and gave you a small smile before opening the zip on his bag. When you went back to the room, you jumped in bed and under the covers, just as Cove was shuffling into his sleeping bag on the floor. You waited until he was settled in before you flipped off the lights, and a soft glow from the outside peeked through the blinds, casting shadows over the floor. It really looks like a hotel room. It do. Just a bit. Very clean and pristine. You closed your eyes, blocking out everything out.
Night.
Night, Dae. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the big bugs bite. The room grew quiet as the two of you wound down for the night, and you found yourself listening to the sounds of the city outside the window. The noise out there was so different to what you were used to back home. Cars zooming past, and people out having fun instead of crashing waves, and the ocean winds cocooning your house in their embrace. And now we coax him to come onto the bed. Ooh. Ooh, Jack. Ahead of the game here. This feels familiar, don't you think? You've been having sleepovers for years. Cove mumbled quietly and rustled in his bedding, turning to face towards your location.
Right?
It feels like I've had this view so many times, looking up over at you tucked into bed. He trailed off a little, and you assumed he was drifting off to sleep, too tired to continue the conversation. But then, as if a switch had been hit, he sprung up, startling you as he shot upright in his sleeping bag. Wait a minute! Wait a damn second! Why am I always on the floor? What? You raised your eyebrows at him through the dark. The times I slept over at your house, you got to stay in your bed. It was your bed after all. When it was my family hosting things, Dad always made sure you got a bed there. The world spilled out of him faster and faster, the pitch of his voice rising as the revelation spiraled. He said that you were the guest, so it was only right. No matter what, I've always been the one who takes the floor. Every time. This is the racket. He burst out laughing. I'm sorry. I didn't want it to be that way. Them's the break, Cove. Sorry. You only just realized that he was right. Shh, don't be so loud. He didn't know how to react. I mean, sucks to suck, huh? His eyes wide in disbelief, his hands thrown up in the air. I can't believe it. This has been going on for 10 years. A whole decade of sleeping on the floor. He stopped suddenly, and you could see through the limited light that his eyebrows were angled in disbelief, his frown wobbly in shock. That's how it is in my family. My moms have always thought it was more fun and comfortable for the guests to use their own sleeping things, rather than a stranger's bed. And in my family, the guest gets a bed, because it's good to make sure your guest has a proper place to sleep. We were opposites all along, but I never even thought about it. When it looked like the situation was going to stall there, Cove sighed suddenly, his shoulders slumping in a sleep-addled defeat.
It's okay.
Forget it. It's too late to take back all those nights on the floor. At least I can think of myself as being really considerate. He sounded resigned to his fate, but despite looking on the bright side, he was still pouting. You sighed. I did offer for you to take the bed tonight, you know. Aw, Cove, I feel bad that you're unhappy. Thank you for making this sacrifice for me. Quit being a baby. Wah. Quit being a baby. Bro, he's our boyfriend. Why is he sleeping on the floor? I don't know. I mean, I offered him to take the bed. Well, you know, let's go over and cheer him up. Maybe. Or... I don't know, I'm trying to figure out. I don't want to miss the opportunity to get him, try to get him into bed. Go over cheer him up. Slipping out of the bed, you kneel down on the floor beside him, though he probably turned away from you and continued moping. Quit that. I wrapped my arms around him, thinking you have nothing else to do. You leaned in and snuggled him into a hug, earning a grumble in response. However, you didn't miss the blush that spread across his cheeks and stained his skin. You sighed. I really do appreciate what you did for me. Okay, you really need to stop acting like a baby now. You said nothing. You tried kissing him. You held him and stroked his hair. A kiss. With a new determination, you peppered his kisses all over his cheeks, his forehead, and even on his eyelids when his eyes slowly closed with a flutter of lashes. He softened with each kiss, gentle mumbles escaping him and hanging in the dark between you. Your heart tightened in your chest, finding him utterly adorable in that moment. How are you feeling now? You brushed your lips tenderly against his jawline, and you made a small, contented sound. Any better? Another kiss on his forehead had him sighing and leaning into you. Are you completely enchanted? He placed a kiss on the tip of his nose, and his eyes snapped open, landing on you with a dawning realization. Stop. I'm supposed to be upset about the floor thing. Stop it. I'm supposed to be upset. And you're making that hard. A quiet laugh slipped out of you before you could stop it, and even past the dim light, you saw the flush spreading across Cove's face, all the way to the tips of his ears. He sulked, and upon noticing your grin, he gave you a playful nudge to go back to bed, which, with a sense of satisfaction, you did. With a tired sigh, he flopped back down. I can make do with the floor, for old time's sake. Some real humor came back into his tone. It's basically a tradition by now. I've got this day, get that man in bed, pull him in. Oh, there we go. Why don't we share? It's big enough. Cove inhaled deeply, the fabric of his sleeping bag crinkling loudly as he fidgeted beneath. I told my mom I was going to stay on the floor. You frowned, wondering when that had ever stopped him before. Did you really plan on going through with that? No. He hesitated a little, the silence stretching between you. You couldn't help but smile to yourself. You knew him well. The sleeping bag rustled again, and through the dim light you saw him stand and head towards the bed. He took in a deep breath as he ran his hands across the top of the blanket, gathering his nerves as his eyes met yours. Then he paused, head tilted to the side, as if silently asking permission. Well, what are you waiting for? I mean, this is still your bed, you know? You shuffled over to make room for him as he pulled the bedding up and crawled beneath the covers, leaving the two of you close together, but not quite touching. He exhaled a heavy breath as you laid down on his side, his head getting comfy on the pillow next to yours. You smiled softly through the dark, thinking that it felt good to have him so close. You felt better when he was around. He raised his fingers and delicately brushed the tips over your cheeks, drawing a shaky sigh from your lips. His touch was warm and feather-light, making you feel tingly all over. Everybody screaming! We're doing this! We got him in. Mission accomplished. Maybe. When his eyes met yours again, you found yourself lost in them, the world becoming still and silent around you. Then he froze, his muscles tensing as he closed up like a clam, his breath hitched in his throat. He attempted to whisper something, but it was completely lost on you. With that having to suffice as a warning, Cove jumped out of the bed and crouched down on the floor, his head held in his hands as he took in a few deep, stuttering breaths. You bolted upright in the bed, staring down at him with a mixture of alarm and amusement. Are you okay?
I'm always like this.
I thought it'd feel like it did before, when we were younger. But it's different now. I'm sorry, Dae. I'm really sorry. I'm just so... I ain't gonna say what I was gonna say. He panted deeply, in and out, as though he had just finished running an entire marathon. After finally steadying his breath to a normal rhythm, he crawled back into his sleeping bag and huddled down on the floor, his back turned to you. Sorry. You understood, you were disappointed, you were amused, you were not pleased. It was kind of flattering. You felt embarrassed. No, it's okay. He usually needed at least one trial run before he could take that kind of step forward. We can always try again another night. You don't need to apologize. Thank you for trying. I'm not surprised that this happened. Again. Wow, so sassy. You don't need to apologize. He made a small noise, acknowledging that he had heard you, but said no more. With the event over, he lay back down in bed alone for this night. God damn it, coward. Coward. I tried to say Cove, you coward, but I just came out as coward. We're just sharing a bed. Nothing even happened. He crawled right in. He, like, touched my cheek a little bit. And he was like, ah, you know what? That's too much. Not everybody's screaming for a different reason. Don't worry. Someday he's got to get comfortable, right? Maybe it'll take another 10 years. The next day,
Mission
dawn.
failed. We'll get him next time.
Mission failed. We'll get him next time. We will. We will. I mean, he does just need a trial run. Maybe next time. Next day dawned, bringing in with it the sounds of birds chirping happily outside the window. You opened your eyes slowly, letting them adjust to the light as you tried to recall where you were, and remembering the unfamiliar sight of Cove's second bedroom. You had woken up on your own. You reached over to turn off the alarm headset. Cove had nudged you awake. Yeah, you gotta wake me up, dude. Rise and shine, Dae. Cove shook your shoulder, and you groaned dramatically and buried your head beneath your pillow. 5 more minutes.
No way.
We gotta get started. Sitting up in bed, you let out a yawn and stretch your arms above your head. Yeah, I mean, we felt okay. Starting the long drive the day before and the late night, you're feeling ready to get the day started. Though you weren't as perky as him, his energy was infectious. Good morning. Good morning. You pulled yourself out of bed, grabbing a fresh change of clothes and your toiletries before heading to the bathroom. After all that, you met Cove back in his room. He was sitting on the floor when you entered, sorting through a bunch of stuff in a box, determining what to bring and what to leave behind. Hey. Hey. Can you pull out the stuff in those drawers? You nodded, though he hadn't even looked up from his task, so you knew he wouldn't have seen. Heading over to his drawers, you started the task of taking out various items and setting them on the ground in front of Cove. After a while, it became clear to you that Cove was acting strange whenever you went near him. He was flinching over your presence. Oh no. Are you remembering? Listen, at least that time we tried to share a sleeping space together. It wasn't as embarrassing as the first time. In the RV. It's fucking dad yelling at everybody to wake up. Having no idea what was going on. It happened a few more times before you couldn't take the awkwardness any longer. You dropped the stuff you were holding down in front of him and raised a questioning eyebrow. Is everything okay?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry about last night. Again. He quietly squeaked the second part of his thought. About not staying in the bed with you. I know you try not to mind or be mad at me, but I wish I didn't have to make you accept me backtracking all the time. He swallowed thickly, struggling to find the right words to explain himself. I do think it felt nice. Really. Really. It's just also not bad, but good in an inconvenient way.
I mean...
Laying together like that, being so close, it gets too hot, you know? Oh my god, he getting hot and bothered. His cheeks flushed with color, and he immediately trailed off, his eyes firmly fixed on the floor. I get it. You will stay the whole night next time, right? Was that intense for you, huh? Maybe I'm the one who should apologize. No, I didn't mean to. I didn't know I had that effect on you, Cove. I'm sorry to bother you. Yeah, it's annoying, but it's what I signed up for with you. Do better next. Oh my god. So fucking hateful. His eyes widened, a pink tinge creeping onto his cheeks before he could duck his head enough to hide it. Just
Well,
don't worry about it. You don't need to do anything. Let's get back to packing. With it more or less resolved, you went to grab some more items. Cove focused on the box in front of him once again. Go with that one, tease him. I did it. Oh, hey, look at this. Now look at this. When you turned towards the sound of Cove's voice, you found him digging through one of the drawers beneath his bed.
neat.
Here's something I definitely need to bring. Craning your head, you got a better glimpse of what he was holding. A small stack of papers. You immediately recognized the handwriting as your own. Those were letters you had sent him when he was away. He kept them the whole time. You don't have to hold on to those forever. I was only lending you those. I think I'll take them back now. He joked. Take back my own letters. It's adorable that you care so much for them. You started to feel emotional. Of course you should take them. Well, I mean, like, if they're letters, you don't have to. Cove wrinkled his nose as he glanced between you and his hands. I want to.
It's nice.
These are special. It was important. Having a piece of you with me when we were apart. I feel the same way. That's why I gave them to you. Aw, you're so sweet. And sentimental. Cove smiled, pleased that the feeling was mutual, but then the expression became more amused. And did you keep the souvenirs I brought back? No. You said jokingly, no. You said honestly, damn. Of course. His grin grew to completion. Thanks. You're welcome. So sweet, but can't cuddle in bed with us, I know. It's too much. That's where he has to draw the line. Have to make room for Jesus. Another hour passed by in silence, and you were happy to see you were making great progress in Cove's room, with only the closet left to sort through. You took a minute to take a mouthful of water from your bottle and perched on the edge of the bed, feeling productive. Cove glanced over at you and paused, putting down the tape gun he had been using to seal up his boxes. You raised an eyebrow. You know, it's really strange to see you sitting in this room. Why? He frowned a little, his eyes distant, and his voice quiet when he spoke next.
That's...
During the visits to Mom's, when I was sitting alone in this room, I'd sometimes think about how you weren't here. It was a weird feeling at the time, that you just weren't around, and now that you are here, in this exact place, it's... I don't know how to explain the feeling. He shrugged it off and smiled a little, as though he'd said enough already and didn't want to risk sounding silly. Life is pretty confusing is all. Our life is pretty confusing. I see no Jesus in those kisses. Why does Jesus want to join them in bed? That's creepy. You know what? That's true. Why does Jesus want to come in? You just get your own bed. I didn't know you thought about me when you were away. That's true. Life makes no sense. I missed you so much when you were gone. You smiled at him. Oh, thank you for the plug, Shaggy. For the Discord and the Twitter. For those of you that have not joined or followed, feel free to do so. You'll get notifications when I go live. You'll get to see the schedule for the week, so you know what streams we'll be doing and what times. And other fun stuff in there as well. Oh, yeah, thank you. But yeah, I don't know. I didn't know you thought about me when you were away. That's... I don't know. I feel like when somebody tells me that they thought of me when we weren't together, I don't know. That like tugs at my heartstrings a little bit. It's like, oh, you thought about me when I wasn't around, you know? I don't know. I like that one. I think that's sweet. He had to laugh at you, his eyes crinkling at the corners as he made a face at you. It's not like I could forget you. He looked away satisfied, heading over to the closet, and the last of the items to be sorted. For long, every box, closet, and drawer had been thoroughly combed through, with the items either neatly packed up in boxes or organized and returned to their proper place. With a sigh of relief, you glanced around the bedroom and the work you had done together.
Alright.
We're done. Good job to us. I'm gonna change out of my PJs for the drive. Yeah. I can't think about the best bear, but... Aw, Jack. Shut the fuck up. No, I appreciate that. Thanks. And just know I think about all you guys when I'm not streaming as well. Just think about, oh my gosh, I can't wait to hang out with everybody later. Whether it's on this stream or everybody else's streams. Yeah. Ah. When the two of you headed out into the living room, ready to get everything finalized and hit the road, you found Kira in the kitchen, pouring a cup of tea. Cove headed towards her, leaning casually against the counter that divided the two spaces. Hey, you didn't have to get up so early.
Come on.
Are you crazy? Of course I have to see you before you go. You can't sneak away while I'm out cold. She beamed at him, and in all honesty, seemed more than happy to be up and getting ready for the day. It's you! Do you want some breakfast? I've got some muesli or eggs and toast. Oh, and some of that fruity cereal you used to love. That's okay. We should really eat on the road. Kira smiled sadly, a little disappointed, but she seemed to understand that your time was running thin. Aw, your baby boy. I still look hot as hell. Hell yeah. Your baby boy is leaving. I thought you might say that. In that case, I've packed you some snacks for the road.
What do you think?
Even if you don't end up eating them, take it anyway, just in case. You can always feed them to Cliff when you get home, and tell him I said hi. Cove laughed and shook his head, knowing his dad would love nothing more than to polish off whatever food Kira had prepared for you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mom. You didn't really have to. Thanks for the snacks. It's nice to meet you organize this for us. It must be a mom thing to know stuff like that. I'll definitely eat whatever you've packed. You smiled quietly at her. I'll eat it. You better save some for me, too. I mean, first come, first serve. Kira giggled, hiding her mouth behind her hand. There's plenty there for both of you. She returned to your smile with one of her own before putting her cup of tea aside. Well, I'll help you get the car packed.
Sure.
Thanks. The three of you got a move on, taking the boxes from Cove's bedroom and heading down to fill the back seat of the car until there was barely an inch of space left in the back and trunk. Can I just say how proud I am for my son for hooking up with the bear? Mad respect. Hell yeah. I mean, not a lot of people can say that about their kids, you know? Out there, out and about with your friends. You're like, oh my gosh, my son. Yeah, he's dating a bear now. Isn't that great? They actually haven't hooked up yet. I mean, we're dating. That's close enough. With all of you helping, it only took a couple of trips to move everything, and you were done before you knew it. He can barely cuddle. You don't have to expose him like that. I mean, he does it himself, but still. Then it was truly time to say goodbye. You convened back inside the apartment, where Kira looked over at the two of you with a quiet smile. It was great to see you both. Thank you for coming. She gave each of you a hug, and you felt a little sad that you hadn't been able to spend more time with her. It was good to see you too, Mom. Cove embraced her in return, the two of them holding onto each other for a few seconds longer. I'll miss you, but I'll visit again soon.
Of course.
You better. He's such a disappointment. My son, he's dating a bear, but they haven't even hooked up yet. Ah, what a disappointment. He's just like his father, my ex-husband. Ah. Hey, we should make plans for you to visit us too. I'll let you know when it's settled. I'd love that. Kira bundled all the stuff she prepared into a bag and handed them over to you. You took a quick peek at what she had packed. There was fruit, nuts, seeds, hard-boiled egg, and some veggie sticks. Ooh, I'm gonna eat the eggs.
Cool.
Oh, good to see we got some fresh food options now. The snacks I brought weren't. Kira shook her head at him and let out a soft laugh, as though she wouldn't have expected anything else. I seriously hope you're feeding yourself better than that at home. Of course, just not on the trips. I can live with that then. She looked over at him fondly, her eyes at last focusing on his face and filling with emotion. I'm going to miss you, baby.
Me too.
She hasn't decided he's a disappointment yet. And thank you for letting us come. No problem at all. You're welcome anytime. Kira put an arm around you both, pulling you in tight to her sides for one final squeeze. Have a safe trip. We will. The last goodbye, you exited the apartment, though Cove hesitated for a moment in the door, his expression distant. You weren't sure what he was doing, though you tentatively took a step towards him. Everything okay? Your voice seemed to bring him back to earth, and he shook his head to clear his thoughts, his green hair swaying from side to side.
Come on.
Yeah, let's go. With that, the two of you headed back down to the car, ready to make the long trip home. Soon enough, you were on the wide open road with a car full of Cove's things and only one destination, Sunset Bird, California. The drive went as smoothly as could be expected, with the morning slowly creeping into midday as the miles flew by. The day flew by in a whir of open road and sunshine, and before you knew it, it was early afternoon. By that point, you had already crossed the state line. Cove announced that he had planned a little stop on the way home. He was quite pleased with himself as you arrived at the precipice. The Redwood National Park, hell yeah! Shaded beneath a canopy of enormous redwood trees, you drove along. When Cove parked the car, you pushed the door to get out, and the first thing you did was look up. Enormous redwood trees surrounded you on all sides, their massive trunks shooting straight up into a canopy of foliage overhead. There were too many of them to count, stretching on and on as far as you could see. You squinted against the sunlight that was peeking through the leaves and dancing on the paths around you. It's great, right? He smiled at you from over the roof of the car before glancing around the place fondly. Remember the trip our families took here that one summer? It was cool going on a journey and seeing the forest in person, even if we didn't stay very long.
So...
And I guess we can stay for even less this time. But oh well. I know you didn't have a super good time then, but I thought maybe you'd be able to enjoy the park now. I did have a good time back then. There was only one bad moment, and that was the loft incident, but I mean, we've mentioned that plenty of times. It just seemed like a good ugh. It just seemed like a good, oh my, ugh. What? I can do it. I can read a few words. Okay. It just seemed like a good time to stop by. Who knows when we'll get another chance. His voice got a little soft at the end. It seemed to be bittersweet for him, being in a place he was so fond of, but not having the time to appreciate it fully. You were pleased to have stopped here. You felt pretty good about being there, and you didn't mind either way. You would have preferred not to stop at all. Actually, I hate this. This nice gesture that you did. Take it back. No, we're pleased. It was a beautiful place to stretch your legs and take in some fresh air. Thanks for bringing me here. There will be more chances in the future, I promise. It's better than taking a break at a gas station. I'll put you up with you for the trees. I'll put up with this place for you. You said nothing about that. There will be more chances in the future. Cove smiled, shoving his hands in his pockets and dipping his head. I'm going to hold you to that. The two of you walked around for a while, completely dwarfed by the sheer scale of the redwoods. It kind of put your view of yourself and everything in a strange perspective. You took in a lungful of clean forest air, listening to the sounds of birdsong and the cool breeze rustling through the underbrush, taking advantage of the space to move around freely. However you felt about being there, it was a totally different scene than sitting in that old car for hours and hours. You wrapped an arm around Cove, you took Cove's hand, you felt Cove nudging your hand. Ah, I love initiation. You didn't pull away, and he intertwined his fingers through yours, smiling at you as he relaxed into your touch. Being here again, you couldn't help but reminisce on what else had happened during the trip you had taken here all that time ago. There were a lot of things that had reminded you of it recently. You looked over at Cove, who seemed to be lost in the peace of the place, and you wondered if any of it had crossed his mind. Smiling at the sight, you thought back on what had been a highlight of that long-gone vacation. You know we almost kissed on our RV trip. Immediately. Elizabeth teased us mercilessly on that trip, remember? Our families were so close. Remember how that bird stole your dad's lunch? Haven't forgotten that classic anklet chat. Oh my gosh, there's so many good ones here. What should we bring out? What do you guys want to reminisce on? There's the anklets, the kiss. The bird stealing our dad, not our dad. Cove's dad's lunch. We have no dad. We don't got a dad, we just got two moms. The kiss, the kiss. It was only a kiss. It was only a kiss. Do you remember that? Cove snored and covered his mouth with a hand, but you could still see the flush of pink on the tip of his nose. How could he forget? Yeah, I remember. Almost gave myself a concussion. So probably in the top 10 most humiliating things I've ever done. You took it at the memory, and how your parents had caught the two of you in the loft together after that. I'm sorry about that, by the way.
Don't worry about it.
Well, it's kind of funny. It's funny now. 5 years in the future. You continued chatting about the trip a little while longer, about the things you had seen and done, and even eaten. A lot of the memories Cove had of the trip were similar to your own, but you're also surprised to hear a few other things from his point of view. So much had happened, that there was no shortage of things to talk about. The place certainly had a nostalgic quality about it. Hey, Dae. You looked over at the sound of Cove saying your name to find him smiling at you, seeming relaxed amongst the nature of the park. Has anyone ever told you before that you have gorgeous eyes? Because you do. Oh my god. Cove? Where did this confidence come from? The words left his lips and you froze, completely taken aback by the compliment. He blushed and quickly dipped his head, unable to look at you. That's another thing that happened during the trip. Oh my goodness. You're so sweet. Your eyes are much more beautiful. You put a hand to your forehead, pretending to swoon. You found it difficult to hide your blush. I could never forget. You can't just say things like that with no warning. Yeah, man. Give me a warning. Cove chuckled at your dramatic response, shaking his head in amusement. Your spirits were light as you ambled past information boards and picnic areas. But before long, you decided it was time to bring this short trip to an end and head back to the car to get on the road again. Cove sighed when you finally reached the vehicle, jangling the keys in his hand before unlocking the doors.
Well,
I wish we didn't have to go, but we're going to be responsible and not stay longer than we should. How grown up are you? He smiled slightly, and with that, the two of you jumped into the car, buckled in, and he put it in drive. You were getting closer and closer to town as the sun started setting, though you were still far enough away that the radio stations were unfamiliar to you. Ah yeah, another CG. Cove twisted the dial this way and that before stumbling onto a channel with a song he seemed to like. That was a rare gift from the fates in a sea of static, strange radio jockeys, and greeting tunes. His face immediately brightened at the sound of it, and he drummed his fingers along the bottom of the steering wheel happily. Sitting back in his seat, he bobbed his head and shimmied his shoulders in time to the tune, all while mouthing along to the words. Oh hell yeah! It's a dance party! Occasionally he even lifted one hand from the wheel to gesture with his fingers for a specific line. Ah hell yeah. I sing along too. Cove raised a pleased eyebrow at your vocalization. Emboldened by you, Cove decided to speak the words rather than lip-syncing. Your voices mixed together, slowly creeping louder and louder as you belted out the words to the song. What song you think it is? What song do you think we're singing to? I think it's All-Star by Smash Mouth. Every now and then a word would be sung wrong, and by the end you were both laughing too much to continue. The song ended, and Cove reached over to start cycling through the radio stations again. Upon finding nothing tolerable, he flipped the dial off in defeat and leaned back in his seat with a sigh. You rested your head on your hand and stared out the window as the sky darkened, watching the landscape slowly melt into more familiar views. Rickroll. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. Or maybe WAV. Those are very different songs from each other. It could be either. It could be anything. It could be all of that, maybe. Ooh. Little dancing karaoke session. The miles went on, and any energy you had earlier was beginning to drain away. You imagined home and your family. Be there together soon. You know, I've spent all these years living in Sunset Bird and taking a few weeks each summer visiting my mom in that second room. That's not going to happen anymore. Not really.
I mean...
I can still see my parents, but the way it all works between us has changed. Forever. He paused, the sun stretching. A serious look settled on his face, his thoughts far away. I'm excited to be on the brink of adulthood. I'm worried about how things will be in the future. I feel the same about my parents too. You should lighten up. Wham, wham, wham. You said nothing. I'm also worried. So many things will be different. I'm hoping I'm ready for... Cove's mouth pulled into a tight line. He gave a small nod. You got the feeling that he understood how you felt. Cove stared straight ahead, down the long, long road. The path looked like it'd never end from where you were, if that wasn't true. Eventually, he found a few more words to say.
I'm so glad.
I think it's good we were able to do this trip, without any parents or chaperones. It was just us. We did it all. I don't know, I feel a little more independent now. A little more ready for what's ahead. Right. It's like a real first step into our... It's like a real first step to be on our own all the time. It'll be here before we know it. The topic seemed to wear on Cove, and he made an attempt to find something else to speak on. So I'm kind of sad about getting back. I'm gonna miss having you right there tonight. He cleared his throat quietly, said nothing more. You smiled to yourself a little at hearing him say something like that out loud. But still can't cuddle, I know. You're gonna miss me, but you're not gonna cuddle me? Pick a struggle. And with the feelings confirmed as mutual, the two of you fell into a comfortable silence. The sky outside grew ever darker as the hours passed by, the stars blinking on like tiny fireflies painted onto a canvas of blue. The scenery continued, transitioning between open roads, industrial areas, and beach towns, becoming increasingly recognizable as time went on. You felt somewhat disconnected from the world around you as you watched it through your window, your tired mind growing hazy. It was a strange, reflective feeling, but peaceful nonetheless. Soon enough the world would turn to you, and you'd find your feet firmly on the ground. It couldn't be helped. The adventure would end, life could continue, but your memories would linger on. A core memory has unlocked. forever. Okay, what's next? What's next? We just came back from Nevada from seeing Kira, Cove's mom. So what are we getting up to after we get back? Happiness. Ah, happiness. The day and the week were nearing their end, and you're welcoming it in your own way by laying sprawled out on your bed. It was quiet in your house, getting to that time of the night where you really should be sleeping, but you didn't feel tired at all. You rolled onto your side. Outside, the last lit-up window across the street blinked out, leaving the buildings on the block faceless silhouettes against a blue-black sky dotted by stars. Your phone came to life on the nightstand, a pale light cast on the ceiling of your room. Without looking, you threw your arm out behind yourself, groping around on the tabletop until your phone was under your palm. At that point, you lifted it to your face, snorting once you saw the familiar name attached to a short message just reading, "Hey." Cove wasn't much for sleeping now either. As you made to reply though, more and more texts came through in quick succession. Hey. Oh. You like doing things. You like doing things with me. I mean, what I'm saying is that there are things you and I do and we like. Together. At the same time. Come on, man, you can get it out. Just spit it out. Now that was eyebrow raising. You propped yourself up on that one elbow, sitting upright against the headboard as you could text more comfortably. Yeah? Wow, you've got it all figured out. Damn, you suck at texting. Man, am I excited to see where this is going. I mean, you're right about that. You waited for him to continue. Oh my god, you cracked the code, Cove. We like doing things together. The typing indicator dropped off, and a notable pause followed. You snickered into the palm of your hand. It wasn't hard to imagine Cove red-faced and hunched over his phone in the dark, eyebrows furrowed as he tried to think of how to respond to your teasing. But ultimately, he didn't even attempt to address it. For what I was saying, you're free for a while, right? When's your next shift? Not for a few days. Cool, I thought so. I was just making sure. Alright. You could almost hear Cove's intake of breath as you prepare for the next part, despite the conversation being text alone. The window of your messaging app might as well have been a screenshot. You love to keep track of the passing seconds with the rising and falling cries of crickets outside. When your screen darkened from inactivity, you wondered if you should do something yourself. Yes, you thought you could give him a nudge. No, you thought he'd get around to it when he was ready. Oh, should we nudge him or should we... Or should we let him do it on his own? Are we holding his hand or he gonna be a big boy? Do his own. Okay. You're a big boy. You dropped your phone against your chest and closed your eyes. You wouldn't be able to see him, but it would be hard to miss the telltale sign of an incoming message. Even if it took a while, you were willing to wait. And soon enough, a reply came. He did it! What if we did something new or sort of unexpected? Would you be okay with that? Something we haven't ever done together? You lowered your phone, leaned back against the headboard as you thought it over. The streets outside your window looked different at night, but you knew that if you were to wander out, there would be no chance of you losing your way. There wasn't a single inch of your neighborhood that you didn't know by heart. And everywhere you looked, from the grassy hill behind your house to the shops by the beach, you could recall a time you'd been there with Cove, mostly just chatting as you walked together. You didn't mind everyday things like that, but as for something new or unexpected... I love that. What do you have in mind exactly? What's gotten into Cove Holden to want to do something brand new? He had no response to that. What's gotten into you, man? Hey, I'm not predictable. Am I? You are. Oh. Well, not right now. Well, I'm not predictable now, am I? One by one, Cove began presenting his ideas, starting off with attending a play. We've watched TV together in movies, but real people performing in front of us. We've never done that. I'm not sure what plays exactly are on right now, but that adds to the unexpected factor. There was a slight pause before Cove moved on to the next plan, visiting an aquarium. That makes sense, right? We go to the beach and stuff. We're pretty close to the water. But going to the aquarium will be water in a whole new way. Nuh-uh! You're predictable, nuh-uh! The third and last idea was the one that was the most out of the blue. Ice skating. Ice skating? It was a total wild card, as Cove was putting it, and the polar opposite of what the two of you normally did. However, it was fitting right in with the other options as something you had never done together. Let's say if, hypothetically, someone wanted to surprise you with an unexpected outing, would that be okay? You couldn't help but smile fondly at that, wondering to yourself who that someone could be. You said it'd be perfect if that somehow happened. You joked that it wasn't much of a surprise. You said doing anything with him was good. Oh my gosh, if that somehow happened, that'd be so great. I don't know how that would, though. If only a hypothetical someone existed. Great. Not that it means anything, but which one would be your favorite? It'd be... Alright guys, what do you want to do? Hypothetically, which would you guys want to do? Would you guys want to see a play? Go to the aquarium? Or go ice skating? I save. Skate. Alright, let's go ice skating. I've been ice skating before. It was awful. But in the video game universe, it probably wouldn't be as awful. The idea was so out there that you could not pick it, and it was a chance to see Cove out of his element too. Alright, cool. Don't think too hard about this talk. It doesn't mean anything. This conversation did not happen. You're making me laugh with this. I sure hope it means something. Sure. I promise not to try figuring it out. You're freaking adorable. Sure. Whatever you say, Cove. Yeah. Good night, Dae. It's really late now. Yeah, it is. Nighty-night. And with that final send-off, you put your phone to sleep and lowered it with a sigh. You had no idea when Cove was going to invite you to the ice rink, but your mind was buzzing with all the possibilities the coming days might bring. Your phone went back to its place on the nightstand, and you resumed snuggling into the mattress. One hand thrown to the side and the other shoved under your pillow. Somewhere between this day and the next, you finally found yourself asleep. The next morning, after washing up from breakfast, you had just climbed the stairs to your room, ready to tackle the day, when you heard the ringing of the doorbell. You turned towards the sound, angling your head in confusion. Was someone expecting a visitor today? Then again, you weren't even sure if anyone else was around, judging by the lack of footsteps you were hearing. You raced back downstairs to answer the door. As you pulled it open and saw who it was, you were only further confused. Cove? He was standing there with an unsure look on his face at first, like he didn't know who would answer the door, but the moment he saw it was you, a shy grin spread across his face. He raised one hand and gave you a little wave. Surprise? Hey, this is a surprise. Don't you normally use the window? You found it funny how you had grown so used to hearing him tapping that glass pane that showing up at your front door was what it took to get a reaction. Cove turned his head to the side with a considering lift of his eyebrows. I guess I do. But not today. How are we confused? Because he's not climbing through the window like a little Romeo and Juliet. I got you something. He slid his hand out from behind his back, holding it up in front of your face as he offered the present to you. Your eyes widened once you saw what it was. A white poppy. Oh. You hadn't expected a gift at all. Let alone something as thoughtful as this. He took a step towards you, so close you could see the sunlight shining through some faraway strands of hair on the top of his head. There was a quiet little tremor in his voice when he spoke again. Surprise again. Do you like it? Yeah, it's my favorite. Yes, because you got it for me. I'd be happy with weeds if they came from you. Hearing that, Cove grew flustered, averting his eyes with a nervous glance downward. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Maybe next time. Oh, no, wait, I won't do that. So no weeds? His gaze landing on the flower, Cove laughed to himself, a thought suddenly coming to him. My dad would be proud of me for doing this all on my own, huh? He chuckled, imagining the stumbling display of fatherly pride Mr. Holden would subject his son to. Suddenly, Cove raised his head, his eyes finding yours and startling you into stillness. Cove's question came softly, his voice lingering on some words as his shyness got the better of him. Dae, would you go on a date with me today? I was thinking maybe we could go ice skating. He inclined his head at you with a crooked smile. I had a feeling that might be a nice place to invite you to. Oh my gosh, how did he know? Wow! You laughed at the ridiculous of this surprise, but managed to say yes. You're my boyfriend, of course you can ask me on a date. Hell yeah, let's go ice skating. Wow, who would have seen that coming? I know, it's such a surprise. Cove, you're so sneaky. Cove huffed a sigh of relief, his lips spreading into a wide, cheery smile. Alright, we're gonna do it. With his big question asked and accepted, Cove raised the gift towards you again, gesturing with his other hand for you to receive it officially. You carefully took it from him. I'll put this bad boy somewhere safe, and then we can get going. Cove had no problem with that. Still grinning, he stepped back, his body angling away as he waved a hand in the air. I'll get my car ready then. Meet me there. Okay. As soon as the door clicked shut, you dashed upstairs to your room, preparing a spot first for Cove's gift. Then, satisfied with your efforts, you grabbed your bag, tossing in whatever else you thought you'd need for the outing before heading back outside. Cove's old car was parked right in front of the house. You went straight to it, hopping into the shotgun seat. As you buckled yourself in, Cove leaned forward to watch you with an eager expression, his fingers tapping the dashboard to a lively sort of rhythm. He was ready to start, but trying to tone it down so you wouldn't feel rushed. I'm glad we're doing this together. Me too. Once your seatbelt was secured, Cove checked his mirrors to make sure the street was clear before pulling away from the curb, and like that, the two of you began your trip. Now that you were sitting down for the drive, it felt like a good moment to regain your bearings. You strapped your pack onto your lap, and began thumbing through your things to make sure that in your hurry to leave, you hadn't forgotten anything important. You're dressed more warmly to hopefully be prepared for the trip. You were dressed normally, but packed some extra layers just in case. You were dressed normally, but didn't bring any extra layers. I know it's going to be cold here, so I brought some just in case. The jacket stuffed in there, your bag had taken on a lopsided sort of bulk, awkward to carry around. You zipped it closed again, and Cole began to speak, raising his voice to be heard over the ambient noise of the car ride.
So...
Ice skating? This is gonna be crazy. Having fun with water that's frozen? Unheard of. He chuckled at his own joke, and you shook your head at him, but you couldn't help grinning at his silly comment. Who knows? Maybe in colder places it's the opposite that's weird. As you looked at him, you caught a glimpse of the back seat. It was empty, which wouldn't be strange for any other day. You didn't bring a jacket? Nope. You know I hate extra layers. There aren't any parents around to force me to do it now. Alright, but you might be cold. Yeah, your parents can't tell you what you do. You're a big boy. That's true. You scolded him for not preparing for what you were doing. You're probably going to regret that once we get there. I like that you don't wear a lot of layers, too. I can see your body. Thank you for the sippy, Shaggy. You simply shook your head. I need to go run down and grab a drink, actually. But you're a big boy, Cove. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm just going to run down real quick. Oh, I thought that I had the TV on, but never mind. I'm still here. Well, I'm not here. Physically, I am not here. I'm traveling the world. The world that is my kitchen. And a drink. It's my last bottle of tea. What am I gonna do after it's gone? There we go. Crack 'em. Take a sip. Nice. Go back to your own stream, Shaggy. Damn. Give Sam pass while you're down there. She was downstairs in her cage. That was another layer of stairs, but she's okay. I did it in spirit. She'll probably be up here at some point. Okay, Cove gave... Cove gave you a brief glance, smiling. Thanks for understanding. You laid your arm against the window, the scenery outside passing by in a blur, till finally you arrived at the ice skating rink. The two of you grabbed your things and got out the car. Why? Oh my god, I feel like I'm out of breath. I just walked up the stairs normally. I'm so out of shape. A wave of heat, so thick it felt like you were swimming in it, hit you as soon as you set foot out onto the sun-hot asphalt of the parking lot. Cove fell in step next to you, dragging the back of his arm across his face. You and Cove exchanged looks. Well, here we are. Still the smile seemed to say. The skating rink was a large building of glass and concrete with its name plastered in simple white letters above its entrance. The nondescript flat rooftop-style architecture reminded you a bit of the local mall. You went in. The door slid shut behind you. You heard Cove's sharp intake of breath. You glanced over at him, seeing the stunned look on his face. His lips drawn tight into a frown. It's really cold in here. You were equally amazed at how cold it was. Are you gonna be okay? Wow, you dork, of course it's cold. Shit. You fucking idiot, of course it's cold. It's an ice rink. I guess you'll have to change your name from Cove to Cold. Oh, damn. Of course it's cold. What else did you expect from an ice skating rink? I don't know. I've only ever seen snow on TV. Cove had his bottom lip stuck out and his arms wrapped around himself as he whined impudently. Hi, Shaggy. How's the stream going? Are you winning? How about you? How are you feeling? It's not too bad. I won twice. Oh, hell yeah. You did it. Good job. I'm proud of you. There's no denying that the building was chilly, but once you relaxed, it was bearable. Bearable? Bear? That's me. He laughed breathily. That's good. Your neighbor shuddered dramatically, almost retracting his head into his shirt in his renewed effort to keep warm. You held on to him to keep him warm. I'll share my warmth. You took a step towards him and wrapped him up in what you hoped would eventually become a warm embrace. For a second, his body was even more rigid, but he quickly relaxed and gave you a self-conscious smile.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dae. See, if you feel like thanking me after I forced you to rent skates like this. His quiet laugh shook through his abdomen. You felt it on the side of your body right before he put his arm around your waist and pressed you closer, an unspoken sign that he had no problem with it. A favor? There's a deal going on in the chat. Oh my gosh. Like this, the two of you ambled over to the rental counter together, a slightly awkward process that had you unsure if you were going forward or sideways. The clerk ended up giving you two funny looks over the top of her glasses as you went through the process of paying for admission and finding skates in your shoe sizes. But throughout it all, Cove didn't shiver once. Eventually you had your skates. It was a particularly well-worn set. Still sturdy, but where it had once been blue, it was now faded, and where it had once been white, it was now closer to tan. For some time, in a low bench, you both were set up with the rented shoes, and now stood by the opening to the rink. Ooh, hypothetical teasings. Damn. It was an oblong shape, surrounded by a paneled wall with rails. You were a little amused to see that there were others dressed in t-shirts and shorts, and you turned to Cove to point it out. The answering laugh that came sounded a little distracted.
Well...
Here we go. Tentatively, he took one step out onto the ice. The series of movements that followed were reminiscent of a jack in the- a jack in the box swimming back and forth on its spring. You thought you might laugh, but it died in your throat when for one heart-lurching second, Cove's upper body tipped forward at a 90-degree angle. His hand shot out, slapping against the ledge running along the plexiglass panels on the side of the rink. A relieved sigh left both him and you. He was mumbling to himself as he craned his head back. He must have caught the alarm on your face because he gave you a smile as shaky as his footing. I'll make it work. You'd never been ice skating before now either. It was fun to see Cove's first time trying it, but you'd done it before without him. Cool. I mean, let's see. Now, I have been ice skating before, but only once. And even then, but we live in California here. That's like on the other side of the country for me, so you know what? I've never been either. You came forward to join him and... You flew out onto the ice easily. You did just fine. You were a little shaky, but you managed to catch yourself. You barely moved a foot before needing to grab the side. Honestly, that was me. With your hand splayed out against the railing, you searched Cove's face and found nothing but an understanding smile there. We'll both work on it? Yeah. It's kind of amazing we're seriously ice skating right now, but this is what we decided to do. Let's just stop being surprised over everything. Let's skate. Let's skate! The two of you developed a cautious rhythm, drawing long, slow circles around the edge of the rink side by side. Neither of you were experts. In fact, it was harder to tell who was worse. There were no complaints from either party when the pace was kept slow, or even stopped entirely whenever one of you needed to grab onto the edge again. Despite how ungraceful of a pair you were, it was fun. White puffs of air released from you and Cove as you laughed and cheered each other on for the smallest achievement. There were also still plenty of moments spent clinging onto each other for added warmth against the unrelenting chill of the space. Eventually, you noticed Cove exhaled deeply. He was getting tired. You scooted up to him, ready to take another breather as he rested his arms on the bar in front of him.
Hey.
Would it be alright to ask why you chose this place? What made it the favorite out of everything? It doesn't matter why. I'm just curious. I thought it'd be the most fun to do with you. I wanted to really see you out of your comfort zone. I've always wanted to try ice skating. I picked randomly. I don't know, honestly. I had a little voice in my head tell me to pick ice skating, actually. It wasn't my voice, it was some other voices. So, I don't know who this person was. It was so weird. It sounded like a pumpkin ruler, maybe. Okay, I have to take another drink. Let's see. We want... Man, I wonder who that was. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. Oh, cool. You could tell Cove was feeling pretty pleased with himself by the way his eyebrows rose and his smile curved. One of his suggestions was something he wanted to do regardless, and he was considering that a success. With a second wind coming over Cove, he was ready to get back out onto the icy fray. You joined him without hesitation. The hours slid right past you, and just like that, it was suddenly time to call it a day. After returning the borrowed skates, Cove and you ventured back out into the California air. Even though the sun was almost behind the horizon, it was still palpably warmer than inside the rink. Cove rushed over to his car. His shivering hand clutched to yours. You let him pull you forward in his mad dash to the vehicle. Doors were open and closed, seats were taken, and the engine switched on, and heat turned to max. At that, Cove finally relaxed. Your foray into the freezing cold had ended, and nicely at that. A ways into the drive, Cove glanced toward— wait, did I miss something? No, I didn't. Okay. A ways into the drive, Cove glanced towards your direction. You stretched your arms as you shifted in the seat, waiting patiently for him to say what was on his mind.
So...
I know this was unexpected, but thanks for coming along. Yeah, it really was. It was fun, but still the worst attempt at a surprise ever. Thank you for going to the trouble to plan this. I need to get with you is a good one. You smiled. Well, thank you for doing this. You're welcome. It was no trouble at all. He spoke with a quiet confidence. He felt good about your reaction. The drive continued in comfortable silence. Cove wore a content expression on his face that warmed your heart. Doing things like this with Cove, he made you happy. Your heart skipped a beat thinking about how mutual the feeling seemed to be. Watching the passing scenery out the window, you relaxed into the seat as the time sped by. It wasn't too long before Cove pulled into his driveway. Sighing happily, you got out of the car while Cove came around to where you were standing. He stood there a moment, rolling a pebble under his shoe. I'll see you tomorrow? I'm counting on it.
Thanks.
After that, you and Cove parted ways for the rest of the day. Even when you fell back into your normal routine, your mind refused to stop buzzing with the memory of your little adventure. As you crawled into bed and closed your eyes, you were back in the best parts of the day. You hoped Cove's surprise would continue just a little bit longer and continue in your dreams. After breakfast the next morning, you were sitting with your mom and Liz. While you were mildly listening to the conversation, the side of your face squished into the palm of your hand. The doorbell rang.
Oh?
I'll get it. Mom passed by you to the front door. Your eyes lazily followed her, then you turned your attention to Ma and Liz. They were still lightheartedly chatting. You weren't sure about what. Your focus snapped back when your name was called from across the room. Hey, Dae! You have a guest. I wonder who it could be. Be right there. On your way to the front door, Mom gave your shoulder a pat as she returned to the living room. When she moved by, you saw who was at the door. It was Cove! Again! A smile stretched out across his face the moment your eyes met.
Hi.
Hi, Cove, sweetie. Instantly, you looked over your shoulder to see Ma several feet away, but within eyeshot of the door. She waved. Cove was like, oh shit, I got spotted. When you faced Cove again, he was looking at the ground shyly. It reminded you of the last time you had seen him the night before. That was all the push you needed to step outside, closing the door behind you for some privacy. Hi, what's going on? What do you have up your sleeve today? You come into the door all the time, it's starting to get weird. Yeah, climb up the side of the house right now. Crossing your arms, you leaned your back against the door. You already had a good feeling about where it was going. I'm glad you asked. Then Cove chuckled awkwardly. He didn't quite meet your eye as he pulled out another gift from behind his back. Surprise! Want to go to the aquarium with me? What? You blinked and then switched to staring at him with bewilderment. Cove's eyes narrowed conspiratorially. The real surprise was I was going to invite you to all 3 places. You never had to choose only one. I just needed to make sure that they didn't sound completely terrible. Oh my god, he got it. Oh my god, we do all 3. We do all 3. No longer Cove spoke, the quieter his voice became. He shyly scratched at the side of his cheek. And to check if he'd be free, so... Surprise. Again. You serious? You burst into laughter. That's so sweet. You don't have to do that. Oh my god. My sweet boy. Thanks. His face grew red with a blush. Shyly, Cove looked away from you. Oh, do you like what I got you? Cove nudged the present in his hands towards you, hoping that you'd take it, until now you hadn't completely registered it. It was a carefully chosen telescope lens for a telescope in our room. I love it. You're so thoughtful. Wait, actually, what did that one say? You're doing so much, I feel a little bad. Oh, no, I'm gonna say that. You're so thoughtful. Cove's mouth formed into a beaming smile that reached his eyes. Chuckling, he took the gift. I'm really glad you like it. Are you gonna accept the other part too? I'm already excited about the aquarium. Let's get going. Cove bounced a bit on the toes of his feet as he leaned over to kiss you. It was light, but you could feel his smile pressing into you and every bit of happiness radiating off of him. Thanks for coming. I'll be in the car. You can go get ready. Alright. You sped back inside and spotted your family still sitting around the table. They all turned and smiled at you. So, what's the plan for today? Cove invited me to go to the aquarium with him. Maul clapped her hands together happily. Her smile beamed.
Have fun.
That sounds so fun. I hope you have a great time with Cove. I will. You grinned and looked over at Liz. She nodded, looking happy for you. It didn't take you long to get ready and dash out the front door. Man, I'm surprised she didn't have like a little jab at us before we left. I guess that was all back in her little middle school years. Not middle school. I think she was in high school when we were in middle school, yeah. She was 15. So yeah, back in her childhood. When she would tease us all the time. Cove was waiting for you as promised, and you both set out for day 2 of his surprise outings. And this time, it was a surprise. You settled in fully for the trip out to the aquarium in the city. It would be a bit of a drive, but you didn't mind. You made an attempt to start a conversation. It's kind of funny we've never done this before now. Why haven't we? Probably because I never thought about going to the aquarium with anyone before this. Wyatt, our local ocean enthusiast, has never gone to the aquarium. Yep, that's right. Never. Not just this specific one either. I haven't been to an aquarium, period. Wow. This might be brand new for Cove, but you've been to this aquarium before? That made 2 of you. You hadn't been to the aquarium either. I've been to the aquarium a couple of times. But I want it to be special. Period! Period! You have more experience with aquariums than Cove, Holden. That simply sounded wrong. Okay, what is the story for this? Cove tapped his tips of his fingers against the steering wheel, his face scrunching in contemplation. When I was growing up, my dad did try to take me. I've never been before because I was so little. I said no. Whenever he tried to talk about it, I told my dad I'd rather go to the actual beach, on my own. Or he could at least take me to the first part of the pet store, but not the aquarium. Eventually he didn't ask about it anymore. He must have figured I had something against it. When he stopped mentioning the aquarium, I stopped thinking about it. It just never came back to my mind. His expression shifted to one of bemused confusion. The thing is, I don't know what I had against it, if I did have a problem. Maybe I didn't like the idea of seeing water I wasn't allowed to go in, or to meet fish I could never bring home. That's just like the kind of thing little me might have gotten upset over. Or maybe I just wasn't okay with doing a new kind of trip. It'd be to someplace new, and with only my dad. Mom wouldn't be there anymore. I guess that might have made it seem not worth doing right off the bat. That's 8-year-old me for you. Cove shook his head with a pained smile, then his tone dropped to a distant whisper. It was only when I was thinking about stuff I could do with you that I finally remembered I could go to an aquarium. Oh. He pulled his mouth into a bent smile and straightened his shoulders. He didn't want to bring the mood down. It all worked out in the end because I got to really surprise you with the news, huh? I mean, yeah, he did get us. Yeah, you totally got me there. You're adorable. I hope it'll be worth it tomorrow. I'm flattered you're letting me be there for your first time in the aquarium. Thank you for thinking of me. Thinking of me again. Stop thinking of me. I can't handle it. But yes, you did surprise me. It was a long game if I've ever seen one. The news? Gee, congratulations. The conversation continued on with idle chatter about what you do when you got there. Then, the large angular building decorated with ocean-themed cutouts came into view. You'd arrived at your destination. You hopped out of the car and headed over to the imposingly large guest entranceway. To the aquarium. Cove's head swiveled around to let his curious eyes take in every view, and you weren't even inside yet. You could see the realization of what he had been missing out on dawn on him in real time. Cove bounced on the balls of his feet as the 2 of you stood in line to get tickets. His excitement continued to build. When you finally were face to face with the tanks, you could hear Cove quietly gasp from your side. He recently took some large strides to get further into the room and to get closer to the glass barrier. There, he stood still. After taking a moment for himself, he whipped around to look at you. Cove was outright vibrating with excitement. His mouth opened in a large smile, but all that came out was a tiny squeaking giggles. It bubbled over into full-on giddy laughter before he was able to speak in earnest. Each word was full of joy. It's amazing! I love it here! I love it too. Of course you do. You had to laugh at his obvious conclusion. I'm really glad. This is going to be a tiring day, but it's good. Ah, don't say that. I like it too. He cheered up without hesitation. Yeah, the aquarium is great. The 2 of you wasted no time before rushing around the place. You went every which way across the aquarium. Cove was enthralled by each new sight. His eyes lit Oh, his eyes alight like a kid at a candy store, and a perpetual smile made his home on his face. No metaphorical stone was left unturned. He viewed all the tanks from his tallest of heights on tippy toes, as well as crouching as low to the floor as he could manage. The exuberance was just as bright as his, buoyed further by how happy you were that he had found such happiness. You beamed. After making an entire trip throughout the whole building, you and Cove finally slowed the pace down. You had arrived back at the original viewing room. It was a good spot for a break. Cove stood quietly near the tank in almost the same spot as he had when he first took in the view. Somehow that moment already felt like a long time ago. You weren't sure if he was feeling the same way. Cove simply watched the watery world inside it with open fondness. He wouldn't get tired of that view, ever. You were certain of that. What the fuck? They got a fucking whale shark in there? How big is this aquarium, actually? Wait a second. I never noticed that before. Oh, whale sharks are fucking huge. And there's one far away as well. What is going on here? Is this the biggest aquarium in the world? What, are we gonna go into a new scene and see like a blue whale? God damn. You walked up to stand by him, taking in the same otherworldly experience of having a sea right in front of you. Suddenly, Cove swallowed hard, your head tilted. He wasn't looking at you. His eyes were glued to the vast ocean view in front of him. But his bright red face reflected clearly in the floor-to-ceiling glass pane, separating the aquarium goers from the water. You couldn't understand. Nothing had happened. Then realization came. This was Cove. He was flustered because he was thinking about doing something. Cove always got that way when he was mentally building himself up. You leaned against the hand railing with a smirk. You weren't going to take your gaze off of him for even a second. It was imperative that you didn't miss any of this. Whatever it was. Okay. So there's a lot of fish in here, huh? That's right. Good job. His mouth clenched shut after those vague, stuttered words. You could feel a tension growing. After a breathless pause, he spoke again. You know, if you were a fish, you'd be a paradise fish, because being with you is like being in paradise. Cove pressed his forehead against the glass with his eyes wide and gazed down as he fervently refused to even peek at what reaction he would be giving. He was blushing wildly, feeling unparalleled to embarrassment over the line he just dropped. Oh my god, Cove, you're flirting! You smiled indulgently while watching him. You burst into laughter. You covered your face with your hands bashfully. You stood still, stunned. Oh my gosh, Cove. You're really getting at me with these compliments lately. You thought it might be good that it was something of a rare occasion for Cove to be that direct. It was a lot for you. You had plenty of fish name knowledge of your sleeve to use for this too. You're a paradise fish too. You had no word. Oh, I have. I have some knowledge. Well, if you were a fish, you'd be a clownfish. It's taking every fiber of being. Welcome back, Jack. If Cove, I think my sister adopted a corgi. A corgi? Oh my gosh. Well, me and your sister, we're gonna match, except my corgi's a bootleg corgi. Goddamn. Congratulations, if she actually did. This is not a good thing. Oh. She is not good with pets. Oh, never mind then. I'm sorry. I am so sorry that happened then. I mean, you can give the corgi to me. You want me to come up and steal it? I'll take a corgi. And she already has a dog. Oh, no. I'm hoping she didn't. Yeah, let's hope. Maybe she's just, like, talking about it and heavily implying it. I see now why you have to go and warn your mom. It's like, Mom, you have to stop her. She's about to adopt another dog. And that, she's just dog sitting. He's a beagle and very aggressive. Oh, that's not a good time to get a new dog then. Like, listen, corgis be cute, but you gotta be able to take care of them and not put them in a situation with another aggressive dog. Like, not listening a lot and jumpy. Honestly, even if I were to get another dog, I probably wouldn't be able to because Sam's pretty aggressive too. And you gotta keep those things in mind. So yeah, never mind then, never mind. Not a good thing. Bittersweet because Corgi's so cute, but not a good situation to have one in. I don't know if he's aggressive to other animals, but I wouldn't be surprised, yeah. But it's something you should probably find out if you're going to get a new dog, with him still there. You gotta figure those things out, you know? She sent a picture of it in the back of her car, so I'm really hoping she didn't. Like, she has a picture of one? Like a random one? Like she's looking into corgis and she just like has like one of their like their little photo shoot pictures to look at. No corgi. Like the corgi is in her car. Oh! Oh, the picture of a corgi in her car. I see, I see. Maybe she's just holding on to it for a friend. Maybe. Hopefully. For the corgi's sake. But I hope... Let's hope she didn't. If she did, well, people aren't gonna be very happy, probably. I can already tell. But yeah. Or maybe stealing a dog. Oh my gosh, thievery. It's for a good cause, so you know, that's okay. It's for the sake of the corgi. Just take it back to your house and just hide it. Your sister comes over and is like, hey, is that a dog I saw in your room? I was like, no, that was just Felix. Or Pico. There's no dog here. Or the other dog. Okay, so. How should we describe Cove? Poor Pico and Felix will have to get used to another doggy, but that's okay. Yeah, they can do it. It'll be alright. Alright, how should we describe Cove? Diamond Tetra because of your treasure. Clownfish, silver dollar. Specifically 20 silver dollars. You know why. Kissing Gorami. At least hopefully you will be. Sunrise Guppy because you're my adorable ray of sunshine. Or teardrop butterfly fish because you cry a lot. Damn. Bear is fine now. So will the corgi. The 20 silver dollars. Okay. He lives quirked, and there was a pause in the conversation. He felt one-upped by your witty comeback. Yeah, that's me. Your school of 20 silver dollars. Hell yeah. You snickered at the acceptance. He really was. After that, Cove wanted to go around the aquarium again. He hoped to let it all sink in at a more leisurely pace while you were here. Plus, he desperately wanted more time to settle down after his latest big attempt at flirting. The two of you began your second loop down the pass. It took no time at all to become absorbed in the incredible sea life once more. There wasn't nearly enough time in a single day to satisfy Cove's desire to exist inside of the aquarium, but the day did have to end eventually. Despite obviously wanting to linger longer, Cove left the building with a skip in his step. It had been a good trip. The two of you shut the doors of Cove's car behind you as you took your usual seats. The clicking of seatbelts punctuated the end of the adventure. I would absolutely do that again. No kidding? Cove chuckled as he pulled the car out of the parking spot, spirits still as high as ever. The car ride home went by far too fast. You and Cove were in good spirits and spent the ride chatting and laughing, bouncing around various topics. But you didn't ask the question that sat all day in the back of your mind. Why was Cove doing all of this in the first place? Again, you both parted ways for the night in the neighborhood street. You watched Cove head inside with a quick wave. You were halfway to your own house when a familiar voice called out to you. Turning on your heels, you spotted Mr. Holden. He lightly jogged over to talk.
Hey!
How are you? I'm good. Great. I was just getting home from work. What are you up to? Or rather, what were you up to today? Me and Cove went to the aquarium. You did, huh? Sounds fun. It was fun. And it was also a surprise. Which is weird, since usually me and Cove not hanging out would be what sounds surprising. Crossing your arms, you gave a quick laugh. Mr. Horton frowned. He rubbed the back of his neck and studied you for several silent moments. Alright, so, Dae, what's going on there? Something is going on, isn't it? Huh? Wait, what makes you ask? It's not a problem, right?
So,
I'll answer your question if you answer mine. Deal? That was Mr. Holden, always trying to make deals with you, but you could deal with it. Alright, you have yourself a deal. You held out a hand to make it official. Mr. Horn smiled wide as he reached out and shook it. What's the story? The truth is, Cove's been doing a lot more for me lately. Way more than usual. For 2 days in a row now, he's planned special dates and gifts too. I don't know why. Cove's father nodded contemplatively. He accepted the situation easily. That actually makes a lot of sense considering... considering what? Hey, is this something secret you shouldn't be sharing? Ah, we'll be nosy. Considering what? There's a sharp edge to your voice, and it drove you to take a step forward. You needed to know. You have to tell me. There was a pause. He was unsure what to say next, or how to phrase it at least. Honestly, I've been a little bit worried about Cove lately. He's gotten really up in his head about something. But it's not exactly a bad thing. It's tough to know how to even bring it up. I'm not sure if I should try to have a talk about it. The longer he spoke, the wider your eyes grew concerned. There was more happening than a few meaningless hangouts. It's okay. He raised his hands in a calming motion when he noticed your reaction. Let me explain. I noticed Cove's been getting lost in thought more often recently, and he sometimes has his laptop out in the living room. He leaves it laying around on the couch or puts it on the coffee table. I have a clear view of it from there, and I can obviously see him looking stuff up on it. Thank you for the lurk, Jack. Cove keeps searching one phrase and different wordings of it too. Then he'll spend ages clicking through the linked results. The line is, how do you make someone happy? Just that. Again and again. You had to consciously close your mouth after that. You didn't know what to even say after hearing that revelation. Mr. Horning gently beamed. Isn't he such a good kid? He continued, but his tone was rueful. Unfortunately, I can relate all too well to that conundrum. Who am I to judge, right? Mr. Horn shrugged in an exaggerated way to lighten the mood back up. Before I was thinking Cove might have gotten into a fight with somebody. Now it sounds like I was way off the mark. Cove clearly has other plans in the brain. I'm even more confused on whether this is something I should get into or not. You know, actually, I was wondering if you could have a little chat with him about what's going on. It sounds like you're at the core of Cove's sudden study sessions, so he might feel more at ease talking about it. Or more embarrassed, but he'd still probably do it. I would really appreciate it. Your gaze trailed over to the Holden residence. Mr. Holden made a very good point, he had to admit. I'll do it.
Good kid.
Thanks. You're also a really good kid. You shook your head with a smile and started walking towards where Cove went. After a few steps, you realized that Mr. Holden wasn't following. You glanced back at him. I'm going to hang out here for a bit. Make sure you have some space to talk without a parent in the way. The door's probably unlocked, so go right in. Okay. I'm breaking into your house. But you hesitated for a moment. Mr. Holden's smile faded. Thanks for talking with me. This has been on my mind too, and I think it'll be good to ask Cove if everything's okay.
Absolutely.
Agreed. They'll all shake out right in the end, I'm sure. Mr. Holden grew much happier than he was a moment ago. Feeling ready, you turned right around and went into the house. Hey, Cove was sitting on the couch with his aforementioned laptop open. He peeked up at you with a puzzled look, and then it melted into a smile. I thought you were my dad. Did you forget something? No. You shook your head. I hope you're not too disappointed. It's just me instead of your dad. I hope you're not disappointed with just little old me. Your father and I, we were actually just talking. Wow, that's so formal. Like, your father and I were having a chat a little bit ago. You've decided to get married. What are you doing on your laptop? Okay. No, we gotta be casual first. As your teasing words sank in, you watched a small smirk grow across his face. You crossed your arms and grinned.
No way.
Why are you here? Cautiously, you asked Cove about his searching. Lightheartedly, you asked Cove about his searching. Bluntly, you asked Cove about his searching. We'll be cautious. Don't panic, but can we talk about something? Cove's eyes widened, fighting the urge to immediately panic at your seriousness. Dude, why do we say that? Don't panic, but of course he's gonna panic. It's Cove. But he nodded. He tried to smile reassuringly. You could tell he wasn't convinced at first. It's not a problem, I swear. Okay. Cove closed his laptop and laid it on the couch cushion next to him. He got up, shuffled past the coffee table, and stopped right in front of you. He spoke in a hushed tone, only hearable because of the new closeness. Are you alright? Yeah. I was wondering, well, if everything was alright with you. You've been making these big plans out of nowhere, and your dad mentioned you've been kind of distracted lately. I wanted to know why you've been looking into how to make someone happy? Oh, he noticed that? Are you mad? No, I guess I really was distracted. I didn't think people around would be actually be paying attention or taking note of things. He chuckled awkwardly at himself. Cove, will you tell me why you felt like doing that so much? Dae... Cove looked at you with large, earnest eyes. I did it because I want to make you happy. I want you to be happy. I want you to be happy too. You don't have to do some big expensive surprise for that. You can just be yourself. You already make me happy. That's seriously it? You're killing me, Cove Holden. Stunned, your eyes started to tear up. You didn't know how to react. But Cove, you already make me happy. The words flew out of your mouth without a second thought. Cove's face instantly started to turn red, and his mouth twitched. Thank you? Another laugh squeaked out of him. Now he was completely frazzled on what to say. His gaze fell to the floor, and he defaulted to rubbing at his arm.
Sorry.
I wasn't trying to make you or Dad concerned. I didn't want to upset anyone. Sorry. I'm definitely not upset. Your dad isn't either. Cove nodded, but he was still lost in thought. What made you start doing this all of a sudden? Did I do something? No. What happened?
I don't know.
With a deep frown, Cove looked back at you and repeated the phrase. Each time the inflection was different, like he intended to say something different but was coming up with the same non-reply. I don't know. I don't know anything. Oh my god, me too. He ran a hand through his hair, trying to understand his own motivations. I guess maybe with everything that's been happening and everything that's coming soon, it's just kind of hitting that we're neighbors. After 10 years, you just realized we're neighbors. A quick snort of air came out of your nose from his conclusion. Yeah. I mean, you've lived right across the street from me for 10 years. The only other kid who grew up in this whole neighborhood is your older sister. His weak smile bent. And then there's our parents. They sure were putting in the effort for the two of us to get to know each other. My dad literally paid you to be my friend. Cove shook his head with a laugh. His gaze was far away as he nostalgically reflected on the history you had. Basically, everything in our lives was set up for us to be together. It was always effortless. And why not? It practically went without saying that we'd be around each other, but it won't be like that forever. Our parents can't always be there to arrange things. We can't live in the little world of this street forever. Do I even know how to make it work when I don't have every advantage possible? I've made you happy in the past, but could I keep doing it? What even is it that I do that makes you happy? Cove started to run a hand through his hair again, but he stopped partway through. He looked at you earnestly. It was like breathing. When you're just going through life, you do what you're doing without even thinking. And then something reminds you that you're breathing, and you become way more conscious of it. Being with you is the same. I do what I normally do without pondering deeply on it, but now all of this stuff made me start thinking about it. Then I couldn't stop thinking about it. I felt like I needed to try harder, to make an effort. For you, for the relationship we had, I had to, and well, that's what I did. Cove scratched the back of his neck. He looked sheepish now. It seemed like such a good idea in my head. It made complete sense, but maybe it was dumb. It wasn't done. You punched his arm affectionately. You threw your arms around him, big hug. You gave him a kiss. You started crying, blah, blah. You gave him a kiss. In one swift motion, you pulled him closer and leaned in, delicately pressing a kiss into his mouth. Cove fell into it, placing his hands on your hips. He kissed you back. Stepping back, you took a deep breath. Cove shifted how he was standing and watched you bashfully. Cove, you will always make me happy. You don't have to worry about any of that. You're so precious. You're a big dumbass. Wow. You know it's okay to tell me when you're feeling this, right? We can have... Yeah, tell me about your feelings. We have to talk about our feelings sometimes, you know? Also... I watched him with pleading eyes. You didn't want him to keep things like this to himself. He nodded carefully. I'm glad. I'm here for you. Cove, you're my boyfriend. Even if us meeting is thanks to circumstances out of our control, that doesn't matter. We're close because of who we really are. We found something in each other that made us want to be together. Nothing can take that away. There was a pause where neither of you were certain who was going to speak next. Cove sniffled.
Wow.
Thank you, Dae. Thanks for looking out for me. You and I didn't even notice I was doing something worth checking in on. You're amazing. Well, someone has to do it. Cove narrowed his eyes to appear annoyed, but there was no amount of pretending that it was going to extinguish the happy look on his face. Your mouth curled into a smirk. Cove chuckled. Now that everything was out in the open, his words were lighter. I gotta thank my dad, too. I can always count on him to be around. I have such good people in my life. He smiled softly. Cove withdrew a bit, looking shy. Can I still show up tomorrow and invite you on the last surprise outing? Yes, I'll see you first thing in the morning. Cove brightened, hearing that from you. Grinning ear to ear, you honestly couldn't think of anything better than seeing the earnest look in his eyes. He simply wanted to spend time having fun with you. I can't wait. Me either. Cove leaned down so he could kiss you. As your lips parted, you saw that his were curled into a smile. He wrapped his arms around you and tucked you in close. You're really nice. Wow, thanks. Those gladly met his once more. Cove smelled good, like a heady mixture of fresh citrus and sea breeze. You'd mutually snared each other with the kiss, unwilling to let it end, until Cove abruptly glanced around as if he was seeing the location for the first time. He jerked his head bashfully, peering at you out of the corner of his eyes. We're kind of in the middle of the living room. He mumbled the words, his grip on you tightening. I might come in soon, but, you know, my room is right over there, so maybe we could go there if you wanted to? Oh my god! You're inviting me to your room after... Alright, let's go! He swallowed audibly at your answer, but he didn't take it back. Alright. His face was verging on crimson as he took your hand. His fingers trembled when they clutched yours. Smiling, you gripped his hand tightly. Together, you hurried down the hall to his room. You were the one who opened the door as you both pushed through as one. Cove smoothly closed the door after him using the heel of his foot, not allowing his hand or attention to be diverted from you for even a moment. He took you into his arms fully, folding you close to his chest. Folding? Oh my god. Hey yo! Chat coming back just in time. Holding you close to his chest. You inhaled another waft of his invigorating fragrance as you stared into his open, eager eyes. You pushed him- Oh! Pff, whoa! You pushed him down on the bed, you complimented him, you gripped his hair. You kissed him lightly over and over, you nibbled his neck, you touched his- Oh my god. This is a lot. I'll go ahead and save. Hey yo! Alright, how are we doing this, guys? I'll let you decide. we want to like get right down and busy, or we give him a little kiss. Start it slow. With whatever happens next. Hey yo! Cove's not so scared about cuddling no more, apparently. I mean, all the way. I push you down. Taking his shirt in your fist, one hand on his waist and the other on his chest, you pushed him over towards his bunk. Cove stumbled over his feet. It wasn't easy, moving backwards as someone else set the pace, but he soldiered on. Once you judged that it was close enough to the bed for a soft landing, you opened your hand against his chest and toppled him over. He didn't resist, falling back onto the bed with a gasp. You climbed on top of him. The mattress gave gently under the pressure. Your knees sunk slightly as you planted them on either side of Cove's body. Cove's breath hitched. He looks terrified, a much quieter sigh slipping from his mouth as the surprise gave way to the realization of the position you both were in. He looked up at your face with nervous excitement. Oh my god. You're so pretty. Oh my god, you're stupid and beautiful. Oh my gosh, my favorite. Aw, you're perfect. Just absolutely perfect. Oh no, we're traumatizing him. No other word could describe him. Cove sputtered while covering his face with a hand. From between his fingers, you caught his eyes closing as you spoke, your words of praise rendering him unable to look at you directly. But you could also see his smile spread wider with every syllable you uttered. He squeaked with delight, unable to construct a sentence or even form a single word. You grinned at his reaction. We give a kiss. You sprinkled Cove's mouth with short kisses, always coming back for more. Cove responded in kind each time, aching for your touch. Never mind, he into it. Yeah, he getting into it. You know, he's like, oh my gosh, I love a bear that can kick my ass. A bear that takes charge. Cove responded in each time, aching for your touch. Your tease of getting only a brief connection seemed to make him crave you even more. His hands roamed up and down your back, mesmerizing the outline of your body. You can feel my scoliosis. I don't have scoliosis, but it feels like it. It spurred you on, the gap of time between each kiss shrinking until it was nearly as quick as the kisses themselves. I grabbed your hair. You shifted your position on the bed and looped a hand under his head. You coiled your fingers in his hair and solidly took hold of it. In response, Cove reached out and laid a hand on the side of your face. The pod of his thumb softly circled against your cheek. Using your varying vantage points, you pulled closer together, your lips meeting in a kiss. Then you let your hand drift back down lower. Lower? Wait. They pause and he's just like, bro, you need to raise it. He's like, oh my god, bro, your back's so fucked up. What the fuck? I bite his neck. You peppered his neck with kisses and tiny bites in equal measure. Your teeth grazed against his skin, pressing hard enough to make him shiver, then compensating with a soft kiss. Cove sighed dreamily, letting himself get lost in the moment. He instinctively pressed his body up against yours, while full of yearning for you. Cove enveloped you in his arms completely, strapping across your torso and back in order to bring you in close for a kiss. As he kissed you, the pressure from his mouth and arms increased. You could feel his legs shifting along your sides. And then he used his newfound hold on you to roll over without warning. Oh my god. You were abruptly laid flat on your back, the mattress beneath you, while Cove pinned you down from above. Oh my god. Cove's the dom now. It knocked a little breath you had left right out of you. The kiss ended, but he had yet to open his eyes. You were both frozen. It was only when he slowly let his half-lidded ocean eyes look at your face that he understood what he'd done. You got to watch comprehension dawn on his face as he first frowned, puzzled by the change in view. Hey, yo, Cove, hold up. He didn't even know what he did himself. It was then eased by understanding, followed by mortification as his face flooded with color.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. What the fuck did I just do? He extracted himself abruptly but carefully. No, come back! Trying to avoid pushing down on you any further as he got up, primarily taking a seat on the edge of the bed. He didn't say anything else. He didn't need to. From the way he was studiously looking anywhere but at you, you knew at once that he was too embarrassed to go any further. The blush that reached all the way to the tips of your ears was merely extra confirmation. Cove had accidentally shown more proactiveness than it seemed he was ready to admit to. No, I know. Come on, man. His embarrassment was adorable. You considered lounging on the bed some more, but felt that was too cruel to your poor, shy boyfriend. Instead, you sat up and gave him space to recover. I'm just laying there like, you know, head in hand, other hand on my hip, on my side, like, so, how was that? He cleared his throat, trying to regain some control over the situation. I wish you could stay, but it's getting late. You need to head home and get some rest. He looked at you, attempting to feign an innocent expression.
I mean...
What if something just happened to happen tomorrow? You had to laugh. He was doing so well, I know. Cove, stop being a coward. You were doing good. Cove cracked a smile, acknowledging his poor attempt at whatever that word was. How about I walk you back? Nope, I'm not letting you go on such a long and dangerous journey. Stay here, but avenge me if I don't make it. Then let me walk you to the door at least. Alright. You silently headed back into the living room together, comfortable with each other's presence. You stopped by the front door. Good night, Dae. His voice was soft, like a comforter you just wanted to wrap around yourself forever, but Cove was right. You had to go for today. Good night, Cove. With that, you opened the door and stepped outside. And all this time, Mr. Holden was standing outside on the street like, man, they really sure are talking for a long time in there. While we're making out in his bedroom, he's like, oh my gosh, that talk, it must be intense. Okay, but he could, like, sneak through the window. Oop. Oop. Oh my god. Getting spicy. When you walked out onto the street, you noticed that Mr. Holden was still standing out there. He looked up at the sound of the door closing behind you, his phone in hand, and smiled as he sized up the situation.
Oh?
You were in there a while. I hope that's good news. Maybe they argued. He's like, oh. Maybe they're arguing. Oh no, maybe I should step in. Everything's fantastic. I got all taken care of. I'm sorry for keeping you out here so long. Were you really going to stand here in the dark until I left? Thanks for letting me know about this. It's all better now. Were you really just going to sit out here? You waited it off. I didn't mind giving you guys a wide berth. We had no clue how sensitive the issue was. I wasn't about to risk messing it up by poking around where I wasn't needed. Besides, I was chatting with Gregorio, Derek's dad, my very professional business partner, about very professional business things. It's fine. Why does that sound kind of sussy? Mr. Holden, are you getting it on with Gregorio? You're getting it on with Greg? First Armand, now Greg? Oh my god. He doesn't stop. Okay, that all worked out, so that's good. Great, glad to hear it. Everything truly resolved. You exchanged goodnight wishes with Mr. Holden before continuing the very brief trip home. Not wishing to disturb anyone, you quietly snuck inside and gently pushed the door closed behind you. As it clicked into place with a minimum of fuss, you let out a sigh. He probably knows, oh no. Your mind buzzed as you climbed the steps up to your room. Cove had done so much just to make you happy, and you knew he'd be back tomorrow with another big surprise. You returned to fully appreciate his effort. You wanted to prepare a gift to surprise him with too. You resolved enough was enough. You were going to change the plans and make him a surprise. You resolved enough was enough. You're going to thank him with a gift and surprise him with a change of plans. Oh, okay. I don't know. What do you guys think we should do? Should we just let him do his own thing? Let him take the lead in this? I mean, we kind of... Ooh. What do you think? What do you think? Give him a little gift? I think we get him a gift. Okay. Let's give him a gift. Cove had brought you 2 gifts already, and odds are a third was coming. It was time to turn the tables and have something ready to give to him. At this hour, that was easier said than done. Most stores were long closed, and Cove would be right here bright and early to surprise you tomorrow morning. That ruled out purchasing a gift the way that he'd done for you. Luckily, you know Cove long enough to see a solution to this problem. Your neighbor was always a happy boy when he was given food. You were sure you could wrestle something fitting that description out of the kitchen one way or another. Oh my god, we're cooking! As appreciation, yeah. Hi Becca, how are you today? I'm doing pretty good. I finally got me some good-ass sleep last night, so I am thriving. But yeah, how are you doing? You just missed out on a makeout session with Cove. And now we make him a snack. Feeling invigorated, you spun around and sped back downstairs. It was time to put your plan into action. Okay, you were a great chef. Oh, I don't know. I'm gonna fight Cove for being a coward, yeah. Oh, go sleep is amazing. Yeah, it was. You were a decent cook. You could make something he loved. You could manage cooking, mostly. You could figure out how to make something he loved. You struggled with cooking. You'd have to find some way to make something he loved. You were a disaster in the kitchen. You weren't sure how you managed making something he loved. You were going to find something he loved that didn't need preparation. Baking and cleaning. Ooh, what are you baking? I'm glad you're doing okay. Okay, so I'm not a disaster. I can cook a little bit. Honestly, I feel like I'm a decent cook. I think if I have like the instructions in front of me, I think I can do pretty alright. It's not amazing. I'm not a great chef, but maybe I should say manage. Share? Food tax? The food tax. The food tax. Give us food, please. Okay, I can manage cooking. Then it hits you. Your parents. Your moms knew how to cook wonderfully, and you could easily persuade them to give you a hand with this. It had to be done. You set up your options. With an early start, you'd be able to pull together something simple in the morning. I think everyone is a decent cook with direction, to be honest. Hard to fuck that up. Yeah. If you want to go for something more elaborate and time-consuming, you need to do it right now. Cinnamon rolls? You're going to make banana... no, cinnamon rolls. Even as a grumpy little boy who had just moved in, cinnamon, sugar, and frosting had brought a smile to his face. He was going to light up with childlike glee when he saw what you had planned. Oh my gosh, the memory. He was still baby back then. Little 8-year-old. Making brownies. He's almost like blondies, but not blondies. I have no idea. I was just handed a recipe. Rice Krispie treats and maybe something else. Oh my god, you got a whole ensemble there. Yeah, I will be partaking. Thank you very much. You located your moms in their room on the ground floor and explained your plight. You got a fair amount of ribbing, but they agreed to give you a hand. Ma even had a recipe she swore by that you could use. She flipped through an old cookbook full of clippings and swapped recipes, scribbled on notepaper, and started directing you and Mom like a real chef. You made the dough quickly, knowing it would need time to rise before it would be ready to roll out and let you continue the recipe. You strapped the dough into a bowl with cling film, hoping that the yeast would do its job. You ain't half worried. An hour later, and the dough had doubled in size, just as promised. You continued with the recipe, rolling out the dough, layering it with the cinnamon sugar filling that Cove had so loved, and ready the rolls for the oven. You have family coming over, so they asked for stuffs. Ah, I see. You have to feed them. Soon the kitchen was full of sweet smells as heat joined the ingredients in one. As you waited for the timer, your mind continuously drifted back to younger days. You recalled the chatter of tourists and seagulls on the busy shopping street that had felt so vast when you were a child. Eventually, a beeping brought you back to the present. The rolls luckily came out fluffy and golden, naked with their white frosting coats. You whipped that up while they were baking, but you had to fight the urge to ice them right away. Until they cooled, any frosting you put on them would melt right away. Once you were satisfied that they'd cooled down, you topped them with a sufficiently thick layer of frosting. The teasing from your mom sprinkled into the process was merciless. They had no idea why you so urgently needed to cook for Cove, but it may as well have been the funniest thing they ever heard. Listen, they just mad because we're so romantic. Still, the gift needed to be just right, so you endured their good-natured jokes. When it was over, they patted you on the back. You dust it off your hands, satisfied with the job well done. With your mission accomplished, you headed back up to your room. You took the steps lightly, feeling buoyed as you imagined how happy Cove would be with your unexpected gift. Cove was working so hard to make you happy. You dearly wanted your partner to be happy too. You could only hope your efforts would work as well for him as his plans were working for you. You were up early the next day, ready and waiting for Cove's inevitable appearance. Your ears were perked, listening for the doorbell, but instead, what you heard was a familiar rapping on the window pane. There was no need to look up to know who that was. Only one visitor used your window as his personal entranceway. Getting up, you headed over to let him in. You gazed into your neighbor's face as you unfastened the window, opening it wide. He smiled at you, still crouched on the window ledge. Hi, I'm glad you're here. Surprise? Surprise! Tired of using the front door already? I'll be popping in and out, just letting you know. Sometimes the reception is boo, but also shaggy and asig. Yeah, that's fine. Gotta make your rounds and such. I appreciate you being here when you can. Thank you. Alright, surprise? Cove's laugh was as airy as a cotton candy sold on the boardwalk. He was in good spirits. Yeah, surprise. I'm really keeping you on your toes. What will I do next? He waggled his eyebrows at the joke as you stepped back to let him enter the room. Today he clambered through with extra difficulty thanks to the object he was clutching securely. You guessed it was another gift. You really didn't need to bring me anything else. So what did you bring this time? Thank you. You waited for him to bring it up. I'm gonna wait. We'll wait for him. Sure, he'd known that you'd seen it and had probably reached your own conclusion, but he worked hard on his surprises. You wanted to play along. Cove smiled sheepishly as he held out the present to you. With a bit of flair, Cove clinked together 2 mugs like he was giving a toast. Both cups were stamped with the Sunset Bird Town symbol. One for you and one for me. I thought it'd be pretty fitting, with us sticking it out here for a while longer. His eyes were trained on you, searching for your emotion on it. I hope you like it. A kiss. In no time at all, you closed the distance between you and brought your lips to his. Though startled, Cove happily returned the kiss while still holding your present carefully. Thank you. I definitely like it. This means a lot to me. You're cute, boy. You're cute. I can't believe you. You're a lost words. This means a lot to me. He chuckled self-consciously as he gave a long look to the meaningful gift he had selected. It was as if it was growing heavier in his hands. Really do support your goals. I just want you to know that. I know, Cove. And you accepted the thoughtful present into your own grasp. Only once he transferred the ownership and cemented it with your approval, did Cove straighten up and pull himself together.
Well...
Okay, well, would it be alright for me to take you out today? We could, I don't know, go to the theater? He smirked, already anticipating that you'd say yes. No. I bet you're lucky I've got time for you in my busy schedule. Only as long as I'll make you happy too. I'd go any with you. His expression brightened further. That was exactly what he had hoped for.
Thanks.
You were glad to see how happy your acceptance had made him. But before Cove could whisk you away on another big outing, you made your own move. Your surprise would be better now than when you got back late that night. Actually, before we go, I got something for you, too.
What?
Really? It was amazing how surprised he was. Cove had spent 3 days raining gifts and special trips on you, but he hadn't all counted on you doing something in return. What is it? Stay here for a second, I'll show you. Okay. He watched you expectantly as you turned around to head downstairs. Imagine we go downstairs and everybody, the moms and Liz ate all the cinnamon rolls. You reached where the cinnamon rolls were waiting and collected the prize. Okay, good, it's still there. As you flipped back around to your room, gift in hand, there was a smile playing out across your face. Cove was patiently waiting where you left him, tapping his fingers against the sides of his pants. Surprise! Here it is. Hope you're hungry. I hope it's enough for a growing boy like you. It's a thank you gift for everything. You let the present do the talking. Surprise! He looked curiously, barely believing that you'd gone to the effort to select a present for him at such short notice. You handed the gift over for his inspection. His eyes widened as he saw the treat. I made this myself, so set your expectations and reactions accordingly. Also, my mom's did help too. Oh! He blinked, the present totally taken him by surprise, but his eyes were agate with glee. You made me cinnamon rolls? I love them, though I don't get them a lot. They're not the kind of thing we normally have around. He glanced up at you shyly. Can't believe you still remembered. It's amazing. You chuckled, recalling those moments long ago that you spent together. How could you not remember the days with a guy like him? The sentimental air was quickly dispersed as he scooped up a cinnamon roll bun and graciously squished half of it into his mouth. Mmm. The flavors are melting in my mouth. Well, does it give the Cove seal of approval? Cove kept chewing, gesturing apologetically to his occupied mouth. Finally, after what felt like an age, he swallowed. It's so good. The best one I've ever had. Cove wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Now a little calmer after the initial burst of excitement, his feelings instead settled into an easy, warm affection.
It's nice.
Thank you for this. It's so nice of you. I will get everything for you, Cove. Just do me a favor, don't eat so fast you choke. Like, goddamn. I mean, that's a given. He chuckled shyly, tucking his head into his shoulders self-consciously. I don't have to give anything, though. I'm already yours. Your face got significantly hotter after that blunt statement, even though you certainly hadn't forgotten he was your boyfriend. The way he said it left you speechless. His features softened, and you felt like you were being thoroughly appreciated. The food you gave was also getting its due attention. He'd already gone in for a second serving. You couldn't blame his indulgence. I don't blame him indeed. I love cinnamon rolls so much. I haven't had one in such a long time. Like an actual, like, made cinnamon roll instead of, like, the snack cake ones. Like the Little Debbie snack cakes. I haven't had, like, an actual one in so long. Maybe I should make some. Maybe I should learn how to make some and do that, too. That said, the amount you'd given him was enough for several servings. Far more than even Cove could usually finish at once. He made sure of it. But as he continued to devour it, you were starting to suspect that polishing it all off was the goal. In spite of the generous portion, he was willing to try and eat it all in order to show you how much he liked the present. Oh my god, Cove, you're gonna make yourself sick. You're gonna make yourself sick, exactly. It's okay to say something for later, I don't mind. Maybe this was a bad idea after all. Stop! After all, you're going to be in a warm car together very soon. Eating too much was a good way to spell trouble. Cove finished his current bite and let out a satisfied sigh.
Alright.
I'll stop for now. There's other stuff to do, and I can have more later. He smiled at him, relieved that your gift could be enjoyed and not inhaled. Time for me to stop hogging the limelight. We can do your surprise now, too. Cove laughed. Yours was a better surprise for sure. It was a real one, but yeah. He grinned broadly, as if the exchange had fired him up even further. I'm definitely going to take you out now. Cove offered you his hand. You welcomed it. You took his hand in yours. How could we say no? Like, goddamn. Palm to palm, Cove squeezed your hand before heading out the door, guiding you along. Hand in hand, you moved down the stairs together, out of the house and into the neighborhood. Cove's car was parked nearby. He unlocked it, allowing you to reach your regular spot in the passenger seat. As the true passenger princess, of course. My rightful spot. Okay, that scared me. I tabbed back into the game. There was a black screen. Oh, what the fuck? I hit spacebar and it booted me out. There. Cove paused to put what remained of his present safely away before hopping into the driver's seat. He set off, beginning your trip to the third and final activity of Cove's grand happiness plan. So, when I looked it up, there were two shows we could pick from around this time. One was a historical romance with nobility, fancy outfits, drama and stuff. But this was like a modern day story, something set near a lake and at a bed and breakfast with comedy. It's kind of wacky, I guess. What do you think? Ooh. What do you guys think? Should we do the comedy? Should we do the romance? Should we make Cove pick? Or should we leave it up to chance? Let me save. Oh my gosh, look how many pages of saves we've done. It's like we have 62 separate saves. God damn. I don't even remember what the save we need for the next route is on. Oh well, I'll find it. Cove pick. Okay, you pick. Are you sure? This trip is meant to be fun for you. Yeah, what are you thinking? His face quickly grew red. Pretending not to notice, you waited for his answer patiently. I think the historical one sounded interesting. He thought it was sweet that he was shy about wanting to see a romance. You gave him a small smile. We can do that one then.
Alright.
I'm getting kind of excited. I wonder what it'll be like. I haven't seen a live play before. I haven't seen a live play. That's a lie, I have actually. I saw a Scooby-Doo play. When I was a week, my uncle took me to go see a Scooby-Doo play because I was obsessed with that fucking dog. I loved him so much, and the play was pretty good. I got to hug the actor that played Scooby when he was still wearing his costume. It kind of took me out of it because, you know, I hugged him because I was like, oh my gosh, it's Scooby-Doo, and then I look up and I just see a human face below the actual dog face. I was like, oh, it was still pretty good. I have. And I liked it. Your eyes shone with delight, remembering the dazzling lights in the grand stage. The theater was a treat you certainly enjoyed. The rest of the drive flew by, and soon enough you were at the theater with Cove by your side. Tickets in hand, you both went inside. Shuffling down the aisle, Cove found the right seat. You were getting settled when the lights began to dim. We made it just in time. Your voice came out in a whisper. Glancing at Cove, you saw him staring straight ahead with eyes growing wider with intrigue. Then, the actors started coming out onto the stage. The show set the scene focusing on a group of wealthy families and the web of drama they entangled themselves in, and yet despite the tension of chaos, two lovers emerged. Oh my gosh, is this Romeo and Juliet? Their swift engagement drew nothing but disapproval from their friends and family. You expected that there would be several trials before the lovers could reach any kind of happy ending. The play continued on, and at one point, Cove reached out and covered your hand with his. Feather-light, you felt him stroke the back of your hand with his thumb. You leaned against him. Leaning against him, you turned your hand to oh, do both. There we go. Inching closer, you rested the side of your head onto Cove's shoulder and interlaced your fingers with his. He sighed contentedly over how comfortable you got with him. You became absorbed in the story and performances, and you weren't the only one. During the touching scenes, you could hear a quiet sniffling coming from the seat where your longtime neighbor was. Oh my god, you crying? You getting emotional? Damn. When the play finally came to a close, the audience broke into applause. Cove clapped for the actors until the noise died down. Then he spoke for the first time since the event began. It's over. Hand in hand still, you followed Cove out of the theater. The sun was hanging low in the sky. I had so much fun. I can't believe what a good time that was. But really, I might have to come back sometime to see the other one. Cove scratched at his cheek contemplatively. I still thought it was going to be harder to keep up with the, what's the phrase? Suspension of disbelief? Mm-hmm. The actors were right there, putting on a show. I thought it'd be too much to believe it was really happening. But I felt more into it than with a lot of movies. I could totally picture the world they lived in. Amused, you nod along and listen to Cove's animated commentary. I'm still thinking about it even though it's over. Imagine if that was us. Attending high society parties and living in grand mansions. We'd have to deal with the rich and powerful and the politics or whatever that went along with it. Our families would try to force us to follow certain paths, but we still find our own way to each other and to the things we want to do. He had stars in his eyes as he fantasized about the events of the story. I would love that. I'm good with the life I'm already living. Are you envisioning us being married like the couple in the story? Oh my... Cove, you want to get married to me? Oh my gosh. It's too bad we were born too late to ever really experience that. You want to get married? You raised an eyebrow accusingly, but your tone left little room for doubt that you were teasing. Well, Cove's gaze avoided you and settled on the ground off to the side. He spoke softly.
I mean,
like you said, it is part of the story, so it'd be wrong to throw that out, right? His mouth pulled into a small smile, and after several heartbeats, his gaze met yours, making your skin feel hotter. Of course, I wouldn't dream of skipping that part. Stunned, Cove stared at you, but then slowly his expression melted into a nervous grin. He was too flustered to say anything. A few quiet moments passed, and you noticed a distant look in Cove's face. He shook his head like he was trying to send a thought away. What is it? Trying to really picture a completely new life in a new place actually feels kind of weird, now that I'm doing it. I'm not exactly sure how to explain. It's exciting, but also sad. I'm thinking too seriously about this dumb idea, I guess, but if I don't remember anything from this world, then it would be pointless that I had a life before. And if it did really happen, I probably would be surrounded by totally new people. I wouldn't have you with me anymore. Surprised, you sucked in a breath. Cove laughed shyly.
that's...
The fun part of imagining it all was that you were there by default. Just getting to be somewhere else on my own wouldn't be nice no matter how cool the place was. It's settled then. I'll just have to look for you if I wind up having another chance at life, or magically end up in some other world. I hope you try to find me too. Nervous, Cove's eyes didn't quite meet yours. His cheeks and ears were solidly red at this point. I'd find you. Oh, it's obvious. Of course I'd search for you. I will never forget about you, Cove. I'll see how it goes. My new life might keep me busy. You're getting a bit too out there for me. It's not something you should worry about. You nodded. You didn't know how to respond. I mean, I obviously find you. They can't keep us. The world and the universe. Fate cannot keep us apart. No amount of space and time can stop us. Thank you, Dae. In that case, it'll work out after all. Definitely. He took a deep breath and stretched his arms high over his head. He then turned his head to your direction and pointed with his thumb to his car. We're gonna get back to our real world, huh? It's getting late and I think we're the only ones still out here. He spun around, getting a good look at your surroundings. Cove was right. All the other cars that were out here after the show ended were long gone. How did I miss that? It's suddenly dark too, by the way. Yep, it is.
Come on.
Let's go home. After that, you made your way into Cove's car. He set course for your neighborhood. Your legs felt stiff from standing still and talking for so long, but it was worth it. On the return leg of the journey, you felt Cove lapse deep into a world of thought. Typically, even when conversation was exhausted, his eyes would flick to you occasionally and you'd exchange smiles and other such gestures. This time, his focus was split purely between the road and the recesses of his mind. But there was no sign of trouble on his features, so you were happy to let him mull over whatever he needed into in peace. The trip drifted by in a comfortable silence. Before long, you were back in the neighborhood. You each left through your respective sides, and Cove stepped around the vehicle to stand with you. Wordlessly, he gestured to your home. He was intending to take you there. Perhaps he felt the trip wasn't truly over until you were literally inside your house. You contentedly continued to go with Cove on his whims, and you went inside. Once under the light of your living room lamps, his eyes locked onto yours.
Thank you.
I know all this was a lot, but I really did have so much fun. He grinned in an almost conspiratorial way. He really did it. This whole entire dumb plan of mine. I was happy it all became a reality. I hope you're happy too. I'm actually miserable. Well, I felt worse. I've never been happier. The smile he wore was small, even restrained compared to some of the grins he'd flashed earlier, but it was imbued with a calm, comforting contentment. In this moment, he was as joyful as you'd ever seen him. His next words escaped in a whisper. No one makes me feel the way you do. But he moved the conversation along before you had a chance to react to that admission. It had to be intentional. Dae, could I ask for you to go along with one more surprise? Oh my gosh, another one? His voice was gentle, even as he implored you for a little more. The question itself was a surprise. Another? You could hardly believe that there was even more hidden up his sleeve. Cove chuckled quietly, nodding his head ever so slightly. A new one. I think I don't want to go home already. Not yet. Going back to one of our usual spots sounds fantastic after all this new stuff we went through. Ah. Oh my god. I got scar. There's my nails and my rings. Your hand lifted up to his face to caress his cheek. I can do that. Let's stay together. Not that an offer like that coming from you counts as a surprise, but it's the thought that counts. You smirked at him.
Yeah.
Hey, yo! I made an appearance, my cameo. Not a bear paw, but you know. Yeah, you're right. I'm bad at surprises. What a surprise! The two of you laughed together over the silliness of this entire mini-adventure Cove had concocted. Thanks for saying this, by the way. You walked down your usual path, side by side and hand in hand. You trod in the same path many times. By all rights, the novelty should have been long gone, but you found your fulfillment in every step you took. You were sure you always would, with Cove supporting you along the way, whether he was near or far. It didn't matter in the end. He would always be there for you. With this plan of Cove's drawing to a close, you might have expected to feel a little wistful. It had been an exciting few days, but there was no need to yearn for what had gone. After all, you knew the two of you would always find new ways to bring a smile to each other's face. It's what you both did, and you were looking forward to new surprises already. How sweet. I think we did achieve much happiness. So Cove did a good job. Good job. But Cove doesn't need to do all those grand gestures to make us happy, you know? Damn, I was hoping he would try again. Yeah, no, not in that one. It's wholesome times. We got the ice skating, the aquarium, in the play. In that one, well, I guess you'll just have to find out. There might be other opportunities. We'll have to see. I take a sip. Alright, we got 4 left. I think we'll do 2 more, and then we'll save the other 2 in the epilogue for next stream. Get the work out of the way. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Work. Late shift. Did I say it? Yes. Okay. Oh, hello. Good evening. After lunch, you ran into Baxter. He was more than happy for an impromptu hangout in your neighborhood. He idly spoke about the first time he bought a shirt online. Apparently, the website hadn't been in English, so he had made do with an automatic online translations. His unique fashion sense was eclectic in more than one way. Finding out how he filled out his wardrobe answered some of your questions about his look. He smiled in fond remembrance. I measured myself multiple times to make sure I could order the correct size. It wasn't enough I'd be able to ship it back if there were problems. But to make a long story short, it arrived in one piece, multiple months later. At that point, I wasn't going to complain. It was a physical object in my hands. He gestured with his arm for emphasis. As he did, Baxter glanced at his wrist, at a watch that wasn't there. Anyway, I hope I'm not taking too much of your time with this. You were currently taking it easy before you had to get ready for work. You had an unusual closing shift at your job today. Well, I would have the time right now. It's just I have to work later. It's kind of weird. I don't usually close today, but what can you do? Cove's already working. He's at the old library as an assistant. It fits him. He's lucky he found such a nice gig in this town. Cove likes having his mornings and early afternoons free, so he always takes the later shifts. So I guess after I get to work, we'll both be at our jobs for pretty much the rest of the day. Baxter nodded understandingly. He was more interested than you had expected him to be. What do you do? Ooh. Oh shit, this wasn't here before. It was always these two options from the last time I played. But now there's this one too. Okay. Where do you think... Where do you guys want to work at? We can work at the public library with Cove, or the restaurant. Okay, we'll do the restaurant. I'll do like the restaurant. He grinned as if you had just said you had an exciting career as a movie star. Interesting.
Well.
Not that I know where and when you work, does that mean I should avoid visiting the place at that time? Or should I conveniently happen to bump into you during your shift? You chuckled at his directness. He really could be straightforward at times. I wouldn't mind seeing you there. I'd absolutely love having a distraction during my shift. It doesn't matter to me. You show up if you want. I'm gonna be pretty busy working. Avoid it. You said nothing. Oh yeah, come on by. Sometimes you need a little excitement at work. He tilted his head with excitement in his eyes. And I might have another stop to make on my outing this evening. Thanks, bastard. Bastard! Oh my god. My fucking stutter. Thanks, bastard. Thanks, Baxter. I gotta get going. Good luck, Dae. He waved at you as you peeled off toward your house. You reached your front door and gave Baxter one final nod before you went inside. You finished praying early. You prayed on time. You were late and rushing to keep up. You were late but still relaxed. I'd say on time. Honestly, if this were like my actual job we were talking about, I would be rushing and late. But since this is like in the afternoon, in the evening, I think I'd be pretty ready already. You changed into your uniform and assessed yourself in the mirror. You were sure your hair was clean and did not take long to transform yourself into someone work ready. You ate a quick snack before leaving the house. You're right on time for your commute. Ooh. I mean, we can walk to the Tropical restaurant. I mean, I could drive. Yeah, we'll drive. Why not? You locked the family car and climbed in. After you turned your key, you were off to another day of work. You ran out the building and went in at a leisurely pace. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary that day. Before you fully settled into your shift, you sent a quick text to Cove that you made it to work alright. Your phone buzzed with his response before you had finished, stowing it in your pocket. Cove sent back a positive, "You can do it!" message that made you smile. You tightened your server apron and soon found yourself at your first table of the day. You took the tourist drink orders with a smile. You brought them back their lemonade and started writing down what they wanted to eat. Even though things had been slow when you first got there, it didn't take long for the late crowd to start filtering in. You were constantly on your feet, taking orders and cleaning tables. You were really happy with your job. You didn't think your job was bad. You were only working there because you couldn't find something better. You could barely stand working there. Oh. I mean, well, it is... I mean, I have never been a server in a restaurant before, but from stories I hear, it's not the greatest. But it is a good, like, intro job. Because pretty much, anybody can get the job. As long as, you got that dedication to work and the effort. So I will say, it was sad that this was your best option. Every so often, you looked for all the opportunities, but nothing had ever panned out. That was a downside to living in such a small town. You toiled away through the rest of the afternoon, each minute ticking by in slow motion. During a slow moment, you heard a distinct and familiar voice. "Excuse me." You turned your head and saw Baxter sauntering towards you. He really did turn up just to visit. "Baxter! I was starting to wonder if you were going to show. Look around, take it all in." It sucks. He grinned with a tilt of his head. Is this a good time? Yeah, I'm not too busy right now.
Excellent.
Look around, take it in. It's god-awful. You saw his eyes search the place, clearly never having been before. His gaze stopped on some of the decorative plants. Just so we're clear, I almost didn't find you. His voice was light and teasing as he looked back at you. This restaurant is not called the Tropical Place. Oh, oh, oopsies. Oh! It hit you instantly, despite everyone you knew always just calling it that. There wasn't a way for Baxter to know. It was only shorthand. It had a real name, and that's what a tourist would need to find it. You blushed from embarrassment. I'm sorry. Oops. Oh well, you made it. That was a test, actually. The Tropical Place is one of Sunset Bird's finest secrets. He smirked at your attempt to have a comeback, enjoying it. Oh fine. Keep throwing tests my way then. I don't mind jumping through a few hoops. Now, unfortunately, I can't stay for a full meal. However, my research did show the Tropical Place offered takeout. Would you mind taking my order? With that, you slip back into customer service mode. He raised an eyebrow at your cheery expression. Don't be a problem at all, sir.
Not bad.
Sir? That works for me. You and Mac just spent a little more time together, chatting about what he should get. Eventually a decision was made. Then he was off to explore more of the town. You're glad he came by. It was a nice break from the real customers, but you had to get back to your usual tasks. You checked that clock set high on the sidewall. With how late it was time for your meal break. You breathed a sigh of relief and left your station. You found a quiet place to eat that was out of eyeshot of most people and pulled out your phone. You typed a text out to Cove to let him know you were having dinner. You took your first bite of your meal and Cove replied with an okay. Your phone came to life again as he let you know that he'd already taken his long break, but he still had a short one he could take. With him on break as well, he asked if he could call. You were happy for the chance to talk. You'd been wanting to spend some time with him. He was made aware of that and sent back a one-word text, a thumbs up. And you got a call. You accepted it as soon as you saw it was Cove.
Hey.
Oh, how wow. How'd you get my number? Hi, Dae. Hi. Today's been going by really quickly. Not fast enough, I guess. What? It's taking forever. You continue to listen to him. Let's listen. Let's not complain right now. He seems somewhat bemused about something. You wonder what happened. Cove laughed quietly. You should have seen it. When I got to my shift earlier, there was a huge fight going on with the schedule. I just tried to stay out of it. I'm lucky no one else wants to close. It's not something I've got to defend. Some shifts are way too competitive. He shook his head at the memory. You wondered how the shifts had been sorted out in the end. He didn't bother to elaborate further on his workplace drama. No, tell me the drama. Tell me the tea. I want to hear. Hope nothing's going on with you. This isn't normally when you be working. It's fine. I make sure to almost have a good schedule. I was open to a change of pace. Got stuck with a bad deal, but I had no choice. I'm getting through it. It's nothing. Let's see. I was open to a change of pace. You know, if we were normally working in the earlier shifts, a late one isn't going to kill us. You could afford to be a little flexible about when you worked. You weren't too set in your ways to get upset about changes. Yeah. You had a small hum of acknowledgement. At least we're in the same boat. Yeah. Baxter showed up here earlier. Wow. Well, oh no. It's just too bad oh no, it's just too bad I missed him. Super busy with my own work, I guess. It's such a shame. His tone was joking, at least mostly. You shook your head and tried to hide your grin. The conversation drifted off as Cove grew quiet. I can't stay on much longer. It's too busy. You imagined he was looking at some kind of clock the same way you had earlier. Cove sighed. The two of you had only started to talk, and yet it was somehow over.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. The word was flat. He was down about leaving. There was a second of silence before he pulled himself together. We'll have more time later. Right. Bye. You let him go and finished up your meal on your own. Just as you were clearing up, your phone vibrated. Cove found time to sneak you a quick text. Just a few more hours until closing. You smiled as you finished your break. It was time to get back to work. Customers continued to trickle in even though it was getting closer to closing time. Before you could jump back into work, you felt your phone buzz in your pocket. It had to be a text message, but there was no way you could check it now. Your phone buzzed again, making your hand twitch, wanting to check it. Still, it would have to wait. Shaking the distraction off, you quickly fell back into the rhythm of things. There were still plenty of tasks that had to be done. Glancing at a couple as they passed you on their way out the door, your hand quickly became busy cleaning up their table. The tray you brought with you was stacked high with dirty dishes, used utensils, and crumpled napkins. Ew. Excuse me. Customer from the next spot over was gesturing for you. They were holding a coffee mug in their hand. Could I get a refill? Of course. They nodded, and you finished wiping down the table with a cloth before heading to the back. On your way, someone weaving through the seating arrangement bumped into you, knocking the tray out of your hands. Ah! The plates and silverware clattered to the floor. A glass rolled past your feet. While you strained to keep it together, you barely noticed a stranger slowly sidestepping past you. Sorry. You're not even gonna bend down and help me out, man? After you caused this. Wordlessly, you bent down and started collecting the dishes. Luckily, nothing seemed to be broken. You break it, you buy this dish, boy. By the time you were finally able to drop the dishes in the back to be washed, you couldn't remember what you were supposed to be doing next. There was something, you were certain. You tried rewinding the last 10 minutes in your mind. You cleaned the table and then... there was a request for a refill. Looking back at the room, you could pick out which customer put it in the request. What they wanted was... they wanted more coffee. Moments later, you had a mug filled to the brim with hot, steaming coffee. The bitter smell tickled your nose while you hurried back to the table with your finest customer service smile. Sorry about the wait. Here's your drink. Can I get you anything else? You picked up their empty mug. The customer glanced at the refill briefly, and then turned their attention back to the meal they were half through. Not even a thank you? No, that's all. Oh, there we go. No, that's all. Thanks. Okay, that's fine then. Not wanting to waste another second, you walked back towards the kitchen. You were so happy that you recovered from the earlier impact. Your body was starting to tire out from the busyness of today. Luckily, you had one more short break. You took a seat and finally checked those messages from earlier. There was one from Mom. Would you mind stopping by the grocery store on your way home to pick up some asparagus and peppers for dinner tomorrow? Can't make it myself. Deadlines are tight right now. Thank you and have a great day. You sighed, you shook it in frustration, you shrugged. You didn't mind the request, you were happy to do it. A shrug. A trip to the grocery store wasn't anywhere on your mental to-do list today, but there was no use getting upset about a minor detour. You sent back, can do. You weren't expecting her to text back anytime soon, though you did already get a thanks for it. There was no reason at this point not to check the other message you got earlier. A fond smile spread across your face and your heart fluttered in your chest when you read it. It was from Cove. Just a few more hours to closing, you can do it. He already sent that, though. You knew that Cove was supposed to be busy working too, and yet he still found a moment to sneak in a text. Not a bit of that surprised you. You smiled and shook your head, not planning on answering him. You messaged back. You're so gonna get fired. Same. Cove responded briefly seconds later. Ah, smile. You chuckled, wondering how his day was going in comparison to yours. You pronounced simply sending him messages for the rest of your shift. You decided to leave the conversation there. Then you told him you could talk after your shift. Yeah. Talk to you when I'm off. Yeah. We can't be too bad. We can't be bad boys. We gotta be working. After that, you slipped your phone back into your pocket. Texting with Cove easily lifted your spirits tenfold, and you felt ready to tackle the rest of your shift. He was always there for you when you needed him, no matter what. The thought brought a warm smile to your face. For another minute, you stretched your arms high over your head, and imagined how nice falling into bed later was going to be. You sighed. Hopefully, your shift would go by in the blink of an eye. You jumped back into the rhythm of things. The last of the customers had finally exited the building. It was time to close. When all the doors were locked, you exhaled loudly. The whole place was officially closed. You were worn down, you felt relieved, you were pumped that you were done. Your mind was still stuck on the incident that happened earlier. That was okay, you thought. Not the worst you've seen. Ooh. I'd probably either be relieved or still stuck on what happened, but you know, we're relieved. It's over. It was like you finally reached that light at the end of the tunnel. There were too many moments where you seriously questioned if you would ever reach this moment. While you were shuffling around in the close-up shop, you had a call come in. It was Cove. You knew that he spent the majority of the today working overtime. You hadn't been sure if you'd hear from him. You picked up his call immediately. Hey, just finished. You? Yeah. You wiped your brow, you yawned. I survived another day. I was successfully gotten that money. How are you doing? Yeah, it's pretty nice. How are you doing? I'm good enough. You could hear the exhaustion in Cove's answer. Are you heading home now? Actually, I have to run an errand for my mom. Where to? The grocery store. Mom texted me earlier asking if I could pick up a couple things.
Oh.
Did you come with me? It was late and you knew that Cove wanted to go home, but admittedly, you wanted company. He's eased that concern by speaking softly. Sure. Yeah, I can go shopping with you. It's nice of you to do this.
Not really.
I mean, not really. I like spending time with you. It's a daily occurrence, after all. Thanks. I like that too. Moments later, you had your things together and were ready to swing by the store. You were out the door within minutes. You pulled into one of the many free parking spots at the neighborhood 24-hour grocery store. You waved at Cove when he parked next to you. There was a salty smell in the air as the two of you strolled through the dim parking lot. The local burger joint on the other side of the pavement guaranteed the place always smelled like fries. Your eyes squinted at the change of lighting when you made it inside the building. The automatic door shut behind you. With you truly having arrived, Cove raised his brow curiously.
So?
What are we here for again? Oh my god, chips! Salt and vinegar. This one looks like spicy, and this one looks like pepper, jalapeno. Popcorn! What, they look like little tubs? Well, this is like Pringles. I mean, whoever did the art for this background did a really good job. I always love seeing, art pieces of grocery stores, because it's like there's so many little details you gotta put in. Very nice. French fries. It's a potato chip. Asparagus and peppers. It's for something my moms are making tomorrow. Sounds good. This will be a short trip. Uh-huh. You idly scanned the front room for a basket you could use. A full cart wasn't necessary. You feel responsible having your parents rely on you. You were already looking forward to tomorrow's dinner. It was overwhelming how much you had to take care of. It's like 2 things. Calm down. You couldn't stand the thought of making it longer. That was all there was to it. That's all there is. This was a simple stop that you weren't thinking much about. You spotted the baskets and caught a glimpse of yourself while looking down to pick one up. You know, it feels funny to be in some other store while in a uniform from a different place. Cove snickered while sliding up beside you.
Right?
It's like we're wearing a costume after Halloween is over. I just hope no one thinks we work here. The uniform is totally different, but you never know. Oh, I've heard stories about people approaching other customers and be like, I needed this and this. It's like, I don't work here. And it's like, oh, you obviously you're wearing the uniform. It's like, man, this is the Kermit the Frog shirt. Maybe not that specifically, but you know what I mean. He still got his name tag on, too. Cove. Why didn't you take that off, silly? Yeah, people. Basket in hand, you ambled towards the vegetable selection. It was set near the back, but visible right from the entrance. Cove matched your pace, keeping at your side. The asparagus was simple enough to select. You simply picked up a bundle that looked fresh. All that was left with the peppers. There was a wrinkle in that plan. What color did they want? She didn't say. Then what are we going to do? The color definitely matters. No, it doesn't matter. I'll have to get one of every color. I'll text my mama real quick to ask. She left that out. That means I get to make the call. I don't know. What do you think? I mean, gotta text her. You nodded, satisfied with your solution. You tried to fish out your phone while balancing the basket. Cove held a hand out to take it. You accepted the help. With both hands free, you were able to type out a brief message to ask about pepper colors. Then you stared, waiting at the screen. Cove hovered nearby to peek over your shoulder. The replying icon appeared, and you felt Cove lean in even closer. Just the regular green ones is what she sent back. Alright, that's easy. And he was right. You picked up the requested green peppers, tossing a few into the basket. Produce acquired, all that was left was to go through the line. But as you approached the cash registers, Cove stopped in his track. Oh, while we're here, I want to get something too. I need food for breakfast tomorrow. But what should I have? He glanced back unsurely at the section you just left. Order is, you better hurry because I'm getting in line. Cove, you have plenty of time to see. Time for that before we were leaving. It's getting so salty. Like, hurry up, I'm getting in line. I can go back to look with you. That coaxed a small smile from Cove. His tension eased.
Sorry.
Thanks, Dae. I'm sorry. No, you're okay. It's fine. We can take a little more time to do this. Cove gratefully led you back to the fruit stands. He let his eyes wander across all the options, seriously considering his decision. Not bothering to rush, you walked up and down the produce aisle for the second time that trip. Finally, something caught his attention. Transparent cases containing fresh blueberries. Cove grinned. That's it! It'll be perfect for tomorrow. Great. Despite the suddenness of how it happened, you were genuinely glad Cove was able to get something nice for himself during the visit to the store. It made the trip even more worthwhile. Cove carried his food himself, and the two of you went back to get a spot in line. After that, you completed separate orders for what you were getting. The produce was packed away in paper bags. There was one for you and one for Cove. You both had what you needed in hand. The errand was finished. You walked across the length of the store to reach the doors closest to where you had parked. You and Cove stepped back into the night. Cove lightly swung his bag back and forth in his grip as you peered, squinting into the dark parking lot. He smiled slightly, a gentle expression on his lips. Thanks for inviting me to the grocery store. You don't have to thank me for that. Thanks for keeping me company. Thanks for Mom for sending me out to do this. You're welcome. He quietly smiled back. Thanks for keeping me company. We did invite him after all. You're welcome. We should do this again. After a moment of walking further into the parking lot, he sighed mildly. As nice as Cove was about this, he had to be tired after working a full shift. It's been a long day. Yeah. That very brief exchange really summed it up. Cove shook his head to himself, bemusement replacing his worn-down expression. When did a busy day go from having way too many ways we wanted to play or having some extra homework to having to spend all day at a job and then running errands after? I don't know. When we became grown-ups, it sucks. Still better than high school. We're grown-ups now. Is this the true adult experience? Working, buying food, and then squeezing in human interaction while you're doing other productive stuff? Well, I guess kid me did always think older people spent their lives at their jobs. I was right all along. He laughed, and you had to agree. Cole's eyes narrowed as his mouth opened slightly. He was having a thought.
Think?
Your moms need this stuff for tomorrow's dinner, not tonight, right? Uh-huh. Nothing's frozen, so you don't need to get it home urgently or anything. Would you want to go across the parking lot to the fast food place? We could get something. Hell yeah. You know it's still open. It doesn't matter how late it is. It might be nice. Get that 3 a.m. munchies. You perked up at the suggestion. It sounded like fun. You started speed walking towards it. Cove had to jog after you until he caught up. He chuckled and then raised his bag of groceries. Maybe we should deal with these first? Oh, right. Let's drop the groceries off, then we can go. You agreed, and Cove strolled over to the cars, buoyed by at the thought of something to look forward to. He placed his bag in the back of his car and then walked over while you were finished putting up your groceries. With the groceries taken care of, it was a short walk to the burger joint. There were 3 cars lined up in the drive-thru, which wasn't too bad. Oh my god, burgers. 20% off! Oh my god, a sale? A deal? Got sandwiches? Say free? Free donut? Onion ring? I'll take that. You had to go all the way around the building to get into the front entrance, but soon you were under another set of bright fluorescent lights. Luckily, there was no line inside the building, so you stepped right up to the counter. You glanced over the menu. You remembered eating here before with Cove, back when Kira had taken you both years ago. The menu looked pretty much the same from what you could remember. It was missing the mozzarella sticks, but most of the other items were familiar. They took away the mozzarella sticks? Now that is a serious crime. Jail. I'm boycotting this fast food place. Hello, what would you like to order? Yes, hello. I would like one of everything on your dessert. Oh my god. You getting one of everything for dessert? Murder. Yes. He burst out laughing. He brushed a hand against the back of his head, and his polite smile for the employee bent. Mom rubbed off on me. He was reminiscing on that visit too. After the cashier made sure Cove was being serious, it was time for your order. You got... Okay, I want a milkshake. Oh, a soft serve sundae. Okay, I want a milkshake. And I want a chicken sandwich. Jalapeno poppers. And, ooh. Do I want fries or an onion ring? Yeah. Onion ring. Fries? Okay, never mind. You convinced me. Always. Okay, and that was all. Cove gave you a little thumbs up. He wasn't the only one indulging. Got like 4 items. Calm down. You wrapped up the ordering process, paid, got the number 264, then claimed a table. You sat down across from Cove in a booth where you had a good view of the front counter. It was nice to have the pick of the place. Thanks for doing this, Cove. I'm looking forward to this. Too bad the mozzarella sticks are gone. I'm not worried you're going to finish all that. The mozzarella sticks, Cove. Cove, let me share my pain with you. The mozzarella sticks are gone. Oh, I didn't even notice. I wonder when they got rid of them. But neither of you had an answer to that question. Then you took out your phone to text your moms about your delay home. You didn't want them to worry. Cove watched you before pulling out his phone as well, maybe for the same reason you did. When the updates were sent, it was back to being just you and your neighbor once more. He offered you a small smile. I've missed you, you know. Even if you weren't ever really gone, it's been less time than I am accustomed to. Cove tapped his fist onto the table and definitively. He paired that action with a childish pout. If someone saw him like that, they might have assumed that he was throwing a fit over not getting the toy that comes with the kids' meal. I feel the same way. I'm really glad we're doing this. We demand more time with each other. You're really cute. You're so spoiled. You chuckled as many tangent. You're a spoiled boy, but I made you that way. I demand more time as well. You dropped your palm onto the table for added emphasis. Exactly. He beamed at you sincerely, a ray of sunshine in this late-night food trip. When the number was called, Cove hopped up from his seat before you could react.
Don't worry about it.
Save our spot. Alright. See you. If you insist. You stayed in the booth and got situated for the arrival of all the stuff. You checked over the table and moved your phone to the side to make sure there was a clear space. Cove returned with 2 trays in hand, a great bounty of food. He placed them down carefully, being extra cautious with the tray that held his milkshake. What about my milkshake? I'm back. Thanks. I appreciate having that nice sit-down restaurant experience. It's no problem. Cove didn't hesitate before digging in. He took a large bite of his cookie and immediately sipped his milkshake. He got that cookie, he got that apple pie, that little sundae and milkshake. Oh my god. He's gonna get a massive sugar rush, but honestly, they'd be like that sometimes. And he took a spoon and sampled his sundae with an approving hum. He made an attempt to follow that up with a bite of his apple pie as well, but Bale, with a distressed look on his face, you tilted your head in silent question. Hot. He switched back to the milkshake, taking a dedicated slurp. Cove sighed at the cool relief it brought. You also started to taste yours. It really wasn't bad. Oh. Potential spam is calling me. Bye. I don't think so. I'm busy right now, gosh. In only a minute, Cove's cookie was gone. You wouldn't be surprised if the milkshake wasn't that far behind. You spawned as he enjoyed himself. You flicked a straw paper at Cove, who teasingly offered to feed him his remaining treats. I took a straw paper. He found the paper discarded from the straw Cove used for his milkshake. He squished it into a little ball while he was distracted, and then very deliberately launched it at Cove. Your aim was true. It hit him square in the nose. He didn't even flinch, too used to your violent straw paper ways. He casually reached down with his free hand and tossed the paper ball back to you. You sputtered when it hit you on the top of your head and bounced away. You scrambled to grab it before it fell on your booth and threw it back at him. He chuckled and lobbed the tiny ball in a return pass. You felt so glad Cove agreed to come along with you on the initial grocery trip, and equally happy when you accepted his invitation here. A little time off your feet, a little something to eat, you felt more energized than before. The long shift at work that couldn't have been more than an hour or two in the past seemed like it was a lifetime away now. You continue to chat, mess around and laugh and enjoy yourselves. For the first time that night, you feel like you weren't totally grown up after all. Hell yeah. Oh my gosh. I don't know why, but that's like got me thinking about getting some more McDonald's today. But I already had McDonald's twice yesterday. I can't get more. But what if I did anyway? No, I'll be good. I gotta make something here at home to eat. I got me some nice little chicken tenders in the freezer. I can make those. Lately, I've been eating my chicken tenders with some cream cheese, and it's actually pretty good. It's pretty decent. Delicioso. Okay. So let's do one more moment, I believe. And we'll see what happens after that. I don't know. I might be tempted to do another one. Ah, thank you for the sippy, Jack. Thank you, thank you. I'm so glad I didn't drink everything right away so I don't have to run back down. And errands. Okay, good. Oh, I love this one. This one's so nice. We're at a little farmer's market. From the moment you woke up, you knew what today was going to be busier than usual. There was a list of errands that needed to be finished before the day was done. First up was visiting one of the biggest farmers markets in the area. It was only open 2 weekends a month during the certain parts of the year. It was rare that you and your family were able to attend, so your moms liked to make the most out of every minute of it. And you realized it was not just them feeling that way when you heard a whistle from your left side. Wow, this is a swanky show. Vegetables have never seemed so highbrow. Seriously, they don't mess around with their products.
Isn't that great?
Isn't it exciting? Liz crossed her arms. You could tell she was amused. Oh my god, the whole gang's here. We couldn't have picked a more perfect trip. It's been too long since we had a true family outing. Her teasing tone said more than she actually did. Your next-door neighbors had joined you this day, and that's what made it a true family outing. The 3 parents laughed approvingly. Out of the corner of your eye, you caught Cove looking at you sympathetically. Some things never changed, and some jokes never died. You long accepted that. You were excited to know. You thought this trip might be fun. You struggled, feeling different. You felt uncomfortable. You were in a bad mood. No, we're excited. There were so many stalls. You couldn't even imagine what hidden gems you might find among them. Bubbling with anticipation, you smiled. Well, I'm ready to get started. I've got plenty of dishes in mind I could use ingredients for. And before your moms responded to that, they glanced at each other and smiled. Excuse me. Okay. Oh no. I'm dying. I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm alright now. Yes, that's a very good idea, Cliff. This place is much larger than it seems. It's difficult to visit each part in a single day.
Got it.
I'm sure we can make a decent dent together at least. Actually, since there are so many of us this time, we could take a different sides of the market.
Sounds good.
Divide and conquer, eh? That sounds brilliant. Everyone watched your mom's surprise. No one had considered that an option, but your mom flashed a dazzling smile. Continue with the thought. Though it's a little unfair that there are 4 Ursa family members and only 2 Holdens here, so I'll go with you boys to even out the odds.
Okay.
That's fine with me. Cliff scratched the back of his neck and slowly met Cove's stare. They both seemed unconvinced but weren't sure what to say about it. Don't worry, we'll be apart for only a few hours, and then we'll have something to talk about at the end of it. Father and son ultimately nodded. This wasn't an argument they were going to win.
Alright.
Alright, I don't get the point, but I also don't mind spending the first part of the trip with Dae and Ma. Ma clapped her hands together at that. Wonderful. Are the teams ready to go? Hey, I didn't agree to anything. I didn't get to say. Can I be the one who goes with the Holdens instead? Oh, no, let's go. Like Ma hooked an arm around you in a little side hug. You grinned. Thank you, Dae. Taking the lead, Mom walked over towards Cove and Cliff, who were still eyeing her confusedly.
Let's go.
Come on, boys, we're heading out. Sure. Okay. Cove looked at you softly and found himself pulled forward, stopping in front of you. His expression flickered for a moment, hesitant. Bye. Cove lightly took one of your hands in his and gave it a small squeeze. He did his face forward, wanting to kiss farewell, but instead he stopped midway, his whole body stiff. He jerked his gaze back at your mom, and you realized that she had grabbed the hem of his shirt. She gave it a small tug before letting go.
No.
No kissing here. Save room for Jesus. You gotta give Jesus a kiss on the face before you can kiss your partner. Time's a wasting, Cove, and I've known you long enough to be aware that you're one to linger. If I don't stop you now, you'll only drag your feet on parting ways more. The 2 of you can snuggle and make out as much as you want later. We have important shopping to do now. Cove gasped at what he felt was a truly obscene thing to say. His face burned red, but that was ignored by him. He spoke with an unimpressed roll of his eyes.
Seriously?
You don't need to literally pull me away from Dae. I'm not that clingy. Mom snickered with a shake of her head. Cove's eyebrows raised over the reaction. He turned to Ma. She wouldn't meet his eyes as she whistled innocently. Mom knows what's up. She does know. This smirked ear to ear, and Cove whipped his head towards his dad. Mr. Holden couldn't offer anything more than an apologetic shrug. It was only then that it dawned on Cove that everyone did think he was that needy. Finally, he dared to face you with wide, pleading eyes. Dae, am I clingy? Yeah. Don't make fun of Cove. Who said you were allowed to say things like that to him? Cove is totally capable of being independent when he wants to be. There's nothing wrong with being attached. It's nice. Oh, come on, Cove. You know how it is. It is what it is. But there's nothing wrong with being attached. I like feeling loved and needed. And you meant it. You very much enjoyed Cove's company and his affectionate nature, but that wasn't exactly a denial of what he was being accused of. Mom's smile grew. Cove couldn't believe that he was being completely outnumbered. His mouth twisted as he struggled to come up with something to say in his defense. Yeah, well, so what? The admission that had Liz, your mom, and his dad bursting into laughter. Gotta have it with confidence, you know. Cove grimaced and walked several steps from the group before stopping. He could have wanted to move on, so much that he was physically moving away. I'll see you soon. For a moment, you weren't sure if Cove had heard you over the noise of the market, but then he nodded. He smiled softly, watching him get over his embarrassment and relax a bit.
Later.
See you in a few hours. Take care of yourselves. At that, Mom picked a direction and set out into the market with Mr. Holden and Cove following behind her. Grinning, Ma sent them off with a big wave. Liz gave a daintier goodbye wave herself. She's so petite and dainty. Despite the changes in plans, you were so glad to be there. You felt like the change in plans was a good idea. You felt unsure about it. Had been happy, but now you were annoyed. That definitely put a damper on your good mood. You know, it is what it is. We're so glad. It wasn't what you'd imagined, but that didn't matter. There was a whole market to explore, and you couldn't wait to find some good stuff. When they were gone, Ma cheerily turned towards you and Liz. She put her hands on her hips. Do you think there'll be any nice ginger around here? We'll have to find out. You nodded in agreement, keen to truly get the trip going. Ma led you both into the busy market. Some time passed browsing. There were only a few stalls you stopped at. You had fun chatting and laughing, pointing out various things to Ma and Liz, and vice versa. At one point, Ma stopped suddenly. She put a hand on her belly and gave a half-hearted smile. I think I should have to use the bathroom before we left home, like, I think I should have used the bathroom before we left home like the 2 of you responsibly did. There we go. Just need a pee? You got poopies? You gotta go poop?
Yes.
Yes, Liz. I'll have to visit the ladies' room now. Alright. Should we all go with you? While craned forward, she struggled to pinpoint the direction she needed to go. She gently considered your suggestion. There's no need to worry about me for this, or waste time standing around. Keep on shopping. Though, actually, I might need help finding my way. Can you please come, Lizzie? You and your sister had to share a look over that. Why do that of all things? Why are you taking her but not me?
Hey.
Well, if anyone should go anywhere on their own, shouldn't it be you? You're the one needing a detour and you're the parent here. Ma giggled, unfazed by their resistance. Liz, meanwhile, tipped the brow of her hat up, watching Ma skeptically. Soon enough, Dae will have to handle doing these kinds of errands on their own. This makes good practice. What? What? Mom hooked an arm around Liz and pulled her along.
Fun.
We'll find each other again later. Excuse me? Liz! Mom! Wait! The word burst out from your lips as Ma and Liz waded into the crowd, but it was in vain. They were out of sight within moments, and what started as a group outing rapidly became you, entirely on your own. I've been abandoned at the farmer's market. You were overwhelmed? You thought, screw them. Well, screw them. You were done with this whole trip. You felt great being left on your own. You thought Mom was being ridiculous, but you didn't really mind. You didn't know what to think. Oh my goodness. She's gone. You weren't prepared at all to be flung out here on your own. Well. I guess we're walking off. Resigned to your fate, you picked up where you left off browsing the stalls. One hooked on your attention. Ooh, the fudge! While most stalls were selling various garden-grown foods, this one had an array of homemade fudge. There were even vegan versions of every option. Let's go closer. You sidestepped past a few other people and got yourself right in front of the counter for a better look. There was a widespread, dozens and dozens of delicately cut squares of decadence. The owner smiled and approached you to explain their shop. The fudge is sold in boxes of 4 pieces. They could either all be the same, all different, or any mix you like. Are you looking to buy any today? Yeah, I want to get a box for Cove. Looking at the treats you made you think of Cove. You grinned, hoping he liked what you picked out. And... ooh. I'll get one to share. Maybe? Yeah, why not? The whole selection was too good not to share. And I will eat everybody else's, so I don't need one for myself. Yeah, I could use some fudge. I'm glad you came to the right place then. For the group you picked, okay. I'm about to pick some classics here for the group. Get that milk chocolate and maybe a red velvet. Cookies and cream. And what should the last one be? I mean, some of these people might like chocolate peanut butter. I don't, but I'll get that. And for Cove likes cinnamon stuff, but there's not really cinnamon here. Get him a key lime. And a caramel swirl. Get him some different ones. Maybe a maple walnut? And milk chocolate, why not? The shop owner carefully put your order together. You couldn't help but try to imagine how Cove might react when you presented this to him. Everyone else was definitely going to be happy when you regrouped later. You paid, and there was no stopping the large grin growing all across your face. Pivoting on your heels, you wove your way back to the center of the path. You pondered for a moment what you should do now. None of the stalls were catching your eye. What did grab your attention, however, was a head of familiar seafoam hair sticking out above the crowd. You knew instantly that it was Cove. Oh my god, Derry, he is... He hadn't noticed you yet, but he was walking in your direction. He held a couple bags tightly in his hand. Strangely, you couldn't spot your mom or his dad anywhere. Oh my god, we were both abandoned. You let him go. No. Cove! I'm lonely. Standing firm, you cupped your hands around your mouth for added projection. You took a deep breath. Cove, hold on! Get your ass over here right now! He instantly stopped dead in his tracks. Alert, Cove's head snapped up and his eyes searched the crowd until they landed on you. His whole demeanor brightened at the sight. Dae! He weaved through passersby and awkwardly in an attempt to get through as fast as reasonably possible, nearly stumbling more than once. It only took a moment for him to arrive. It was undeniable that he was shopping by himself. You stared at him confused. Did you ditch your group? Cove crossed his arms defiantly, the bags twisting in front of him. Your mom took my dad and ended up alone. Why are you by yourself? Mom and Liz abandoned me too.
What?
Oh my god, we're left on our own. I can't believe this happened to both of us. They planned it. They had to. But I don't know why. Are they pranking us? I don't know either. Oh my god, you two pranks. And you meant it. You couldn't fathom what your moms were up to. Cove shook his head trying to clear his mind.
So...
Well... His change in tone caught your attention. You watched his eyes start to twinkle with mischief as his mouth pulled into a cheeky smile. You know, it is technically later, and your mom isn't around this time. You chuckled, knowing exactly what he was implying. That incident was already replaying in your head. Fine, take a kiss. From me to you. You stepped closer, placing a hand on his upper arm. Cove beamed and leaned in. It was quick. Too quick, but you could feel him smile through it. When you both did part, Cove chuckled affectionately. I'm glad it's later.
Me too.
So, his gaze wandered off as if one of your parents might simply appear if he kept checking, and you could tell he was still processing the situation. He scratched the back of his head, looking sheepish. Do you want to forget about whatever's happening and go shopping together? Hell yes. Meeting him with a stroke of luck you weren't going to pass on. It was time to take some control back over your day.
Don't worry about it.
Even if we have to make our own fun, we're going to have a good trip. Cove smiled at you encouragingly. It made you feel more optimistic now, a little bit more hopeful. Glad he was there, but still overall unhappy. Nothing. It was a tail trip over the way. I'm having an awful time. No, but we're more optimistic. Having him there was already comforting, and now he also seemed determined to improve your day by any means. That had you looking forward to what was coming next. So, where to first? I don't mind going back the way I came if it's new to you. It's not hard to miss stuff even if I've gone past it. What have you gotten? Cove shuffled his bags around and started pulling them open so you could peek inside each one. You organized the array of things he picked up around the market. I mostly got typical things I can use pretty easily so far. Nothing super exciting. And, well, I picked up a few things I figured you might want to have too. For me? Is for me? There are a few tomatoes, some lemons, and potatoes, and among other things that were wrapped up so you couldn't discern what they were. You chose perfectly, thank you. What Cove bought made sense, but it was far from a complete selection. You glanced around at the nearby stalls. Want to start over there? Cove followed your eyes. You pointed at one of the larger stalls. It was filled with several kinds of staple fruits and vegetables. Yeah, let's go. Once a few people finished paying and moved, you and Cove got yourselves directly in front of the shop. There were so many things to pick from. Ooh, oh my gosh. What do I want? I want some oranges. I love oranges. I don't like apples too much. I haven't really had a good apple. I want some spinach. I like spinach. Cove has tomatoes, lemons, and potatoes, I think he said. So, I could just steal some from him, you know? What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. Yeah, why not some strawberries? Lettuce. I don't know. Lettuce seems so boring to get, though. Damn, so yeah, give the apples to BB. Yeah, okay. BB. Apples for BB. Help him with his little upset tummy. Oh, it's been some time now. Here, BB. I'll let you have some of this burger that I haven't finished yet. Yeah, I don't like the apples, so I just give him the beebs. He's like, gross. Here, you take them. But yeah, that was everything. The shop owner put your selection together and handed it to you all in a single bag. Happily, you paid and waited for Cove to make his purchase.
I apologize for my tantrum earlier.
All is forgiven. You know what? It just be like that sometime here. A little, I can't grab you. A little, mwah, a little kiss for you. We've made up. We all have tantrums sometimes. Ready to go? Cove grinned, satisfied with his new choices.
Just for me?
Just for you, BB. Always. Cove grinned, satisfied with his new choices. He added another bag to his small but growing collection. He nodded. Actually, before moving on and everything, I was wondering if you'd want to hold hands while we're shopping. Oh my god, when he asked permission, you held onto his hands. Charlie lifted your hand out for him to take. You took his arm instead. You offered him your arm. You shook your head. No. No, we're not holding hands. Damn. You held onto his hand. There was no way you could say no to that face. Delighted, you laced your fingers with his without hesitation. Cove squeezed your hand back. With renewed eagerness, your boyfriend nodded his head into the direction he had been going towards.
All right.
Now let's go. Oh my goodness. Together, you and Cove wandered the market on the lookout for any stalls that caught your attention. Cove was walking around with a spring in his step, talking about the various meal ideas he had in mind. After a while, he had to go to greater distances to find something of interest. Several of the stalls were selling the same goods. It was only a matter now of which you wanted to buy from. You continued ambling down the path until Cove stopped suddenly, literally pulling you away from your thoughts. Cove? You followed his eyeline past the crowds. Immediately you knew what grabbed him. Homemade jams and local honey. The stall was glowing with quaint glass jars stacked high, each encasing gels of varying colors. Up. Go back. Go back. Oh, shit. Cove's eyes were practically sparkling at the sight. There we go. His feet automatically began to take him there. Likely without being fully aware, he had made an unexplained detour. When you got closer, you were surprised that there were even more varieties than you thought. There were even different honeys based on what type of pollen the bees used. Cove's focus seemed torn between a bottle of blackberry jam and one of clover honey. Want some honey, honey? You asked earnestly. Did you want some honey, honey? You said just to tease him. I wonder what on earth you could possibly want at this stall. Everything looks really good. You shook your head at him disapprovingly. You quietly left him to his dilemma. Dumbfounded, Cove nodded in response. His face was burning red. You grinned, way too pleased with your own joke. Oh, why don't you get some, honey? Honey. You thought things over for yourself, too. Ooh, I want some honey. Some nice jam, some nice... Ooh, honey butter. Yeah, hell yeah. And what kind of honey would I want? There's clover, orange blossom, spring wildflower. I'm not sure how different these would taste from each other. Well, orange blossom, why not? And how about some blackberry jam? Honey butter, hell yeah. Gotta snatch that up real quick. That's everything. You paid, and the shop owner started putting together your order. They carefully packed it in a single bag with paper. Thank you very much. Amused, you watched Cove give in and just buy both the clover honey and the blackberry jam. He also went all in, getting spring wildflower honey and plum jam too. The shop owner thoughtfully wrapped each in brown paper to protect them, and before putting them away in the bag, he handed the purchase to Cove.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You all stepped away from the stall. Cove didn't fail to notice the look you've been giving him since he agonized over his toast toppers. Hey, this stuff doesn't go bad for a long time, so why not stock up? I could have chosen one if I wanted to. Uh-huh. For a moment I thought you were gonna buy the whole stall. Cove laughed, but he still tried to shake his head in disapproval. You hoped he enjoyed every bit of what he bought. As you began to stroll, Cove looked up at the sky. He smiled. It was sort of unexpected. Saying all of this was technically an errand, and unexpected changes often upset him. But he was happy, and Cove liked doing this kind of normal thing. And you could tell that Cove especially enjoyed doing these kinds of things with you. You blushed thinking about how comfortable doing this with Cove felt. Oh my gosh, we're so domestic. You're feeling better than you were earlier. You were just feeling down after the trip turned out. Cove's pleased attention annoyed you. Ugh. Why are you so fucking happy, Cove? Gosh, so annoying. It felt more normal for the mundane. Or felt right. We're so domestic. I knew that line was in here somewhere. Cove took a sharp intake of air and started coughing for a moment. Afterwards, he refused to look at you. Are we? I guess we are. Later, when you spotted a less crowded area, you took a break from your browsing. Cove started rummaging through one of his bags just to check on how his goods were doing. A smile grew on his face as he went on to the next. You chuckled, knowing that Cove wouldn't let anything go to waste. There wasn't a single doubt. He was going to eat it all. You had a hand out in front of your face as you squinted upward. The sun had moved quite a bit. You'd been at the market for a good while now. Neither your feet nor your arms were sore right now. And Cove looked to be doing fine too, but that was something that could be coming. There was a price to pay for this much shopping, and it wasn't always just in the money. Can you give me a piggyback ride? Could you carry my thing? Want me to carry your bags? Want a piggyback ride? Oh my god. Listen, I'm a strong bear. I'll carry you, Cove. Cove gave you an odd look until he realized that you were completely serious. He burst into laughter. Come on! I can do it. I'm a strong bear. Oh, 1 second. Sorry about that, I had an unexpected visitor. Alright. You might not have been as tall as he was, but you had strength. His chuckling died down, and you could tell Cove was somewhat considering your offer, but he shook his head.
I mean,
No, I mean, I've got all these bags. I don't really do piggyback rides. My dad was the only one I ever got them from. Right, gained one from me too. I can do it, Cove, and I want to. Give it a try. Well, he twisted in place uncomfortably while you continued to stand firm, and then he relented. Alright, we can try. A grin broke out on your face. What was meant to be a favor for him had ended up like he was going to do the trouble for you, but you had still won this round. Okay, up you go. You crouched down low for Cove to get on. Cautiously, he draped himself against your back and wrapped his arms around your neck. He tried tucking his long legs in as you slowly stood up a bit, but while you worked on getting your hands around them to help hold. But it was awkward with all the bags. Still, you continued on.
oh my god.
His voice came out in a disbelieving squeak. Cove was still on while you were standing upright. I am strong, bear. You did it. I did it. There's nothing I can't do for Cove. His grip was so tight it was slightly uncomfortable, but there was no stopping the grin growing on your face. You knew he was going to have a fun time. Something about that movement brought you back to the memory of the summer mall trip Cove's mom took you and your friends on. However, it felt like you were all too big for the kiddie rides, but you didn't let that stop you from enjoying them anyways. Today felt like another one of those days. And with that, you and Cove continued your trip through the market together. Mom and Mom had both texted you during the trip, though only to say that they hoped you found some good stuff and that they'd see you later. There were no answers on where they went or why. You and Cove continued to wind your way through the bustling market, the list of outstanding items steadily shrinking while the bags grew heavier. Cove must have had a fantastic view of the market from your back. Anything for Cove. You might have thought that would have helped find the produce needed, but you would have been wrong. Putting Cove closer to the sky had made it easier for him to lose his head in the clouds. You heard as much about cool birds and people's stylish hair as you did about where you might find the next thing to pick up. He was just reveling in the new experience, and that was okay. Eventually he realized that he'd not checked his phone in a while. He couldn't reach it from his current position, so you came to a stop out of the flow of foot traffic and left him hop down. Cove rearranged all the bags he was carrying, freeing a hand so that he could pull out his phone. You watched his eyes dart over the screen as he read their waiting messages. Not important. I can reply to that later. He mumbled his verdict under his breath, and Cove's face scrunched up with confusion.
Huh?
Wait, I've got a message from my dad. Listen to this. Cove, I wasn't a part of the plan. I didn't know what was going on when I left with Dae's mom. Where are you? He sent that ages ago. I didn't hear it come in. He sent another one since then. He says he hopes I'm alright and that he's not bothering me. The newest one says everybody's going to the parking lot soon and we can meet up there. He lowered his phone, eyes narrowed. The same conclusion that was selling on you had landed on Cove as well. So it was on purpose. I mean, it was kind of obvious. He lifted the phone again, staring hard at the screen. Didn't my mom pull this stunt when we were little? You know, that time she took us to the mall? At least your mom said that she was leaving. My mom's had a plan. The mom thing was spur of the moment. Is this a mom thing? What your mom did was even worse. I don't remember. No, I don't think that was even worse. I mean, when Cove's mom did it, we were all together. Like, the four of us. Like, our parents were just kind of like, alright, you are by yourself. Have fun. So I want to say Kira did worse. It must be a mom thing. Cove blinked, a slight frown furrowing his head. He didn't seem to know how to respond to this. The crowd of people passing by stayed as noisy as ever, a sharp contrast to the silence that had fallen over you and Cove. He was rubbing the screen of his phone against his shirt, wiping away dust and debris. He continued scrubbing the screen long after anything could have remained, the action a poor substitute for pushing away the awkwardness of the moment. You felt alright about it all. This whole mess was so upsetting to you. You were furious. You didn't care about what your moms had done. You were struggling to comprehend this. The shock was too fresh for you to even know what you felt. I don't know how I feel about it. Some of your parents' actions made more sense with this context, but the bigger question of why was still weighing you down. Okay, Evan. Fine. How are they going to explain this? I can't believe them. You sniffed, trying to hold back tears. You groaned, the sound expressing your misery in ways the words couldn't. Alright then. Cove leaned down, making his eyes level with yours. He laid his hands on your shoulders, grounding you.
Are you okay?
His voice was gentle. I'm peachy. I mean it. That's good. Abandoning us without a warning was a really cool idea. Even if they meant well, which they probably did. looked at you straight in the eyes. Not making a big deal of this is nice. I'm not exactly thorough personally, so if you do want to complain to me, you can. I can't. I don't have anything to complain about at all. Maybe I am kind of mad. Okay, I'm disappointed. You can be kind of annoying too. Oh, oh damn. If you want to be complaining, it's okay. Alright, you're a little bitch sometimes. I meant about your parents, but okay, damn. Let's see. I can't. Remember? I don't have anything to complain about. Nothing? Ever? I don't know. His mouth hung open, and then he laughed.
No way.
Come on, you've got to have plenty of stuff to complain about that just from the stunts I pull myself, let alone what's happened today. You cracked a grin at that, despite yourself. He could certainly be a troublemaker when he wanted to be, but he could also be so kind. After a moment, he stepped away from you, face turned. Cove closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His brow creased, then furrowed deeper into a scowl, his arms tightly coiling together. So they did do something stupid, I knew it. His voice had taken on an exaggerated quality, but what truly distinguished it from Cove's typical speaking tone was the abundance of rage. This is such a chore. Parents are so dumb. Why do people have to go places with family members? Anyway, I hate them. And also I hate farmers markets. You got it instantly. It had been years since Jeremy visited your town for the summer, and he had changed greatly nowadays, but Cove never forgot that experience. To this day, he continued to unleash his impersonation of Jeremy's younger self whenever the moment felt right. You burst out laughing. You shook your head at Cove's slimness. You played along. You smiled quietly. Jeremy's note wrote that down. You quietly sighed. You played along. We're playing along. Wow, what is wrong with you?
No.
I'm not wrong, actually. If you were smart as me, you'd know that. Cove gave you a lopsided smile, letting the joke rest for now. Come on, we should probably go meet up with the group. Yeah. You didn't dally any longer, slipping back into the crowd and making your way towards the entrance of the farmer's market. It didn't take long to reach the parking lot. Your parents, Mr. Holden and Liz, were already waiting there, and they waved at you both as you approached. Your own family seemed to be in pretty good moods. In contrast to Mr. Holden, he stared at Cove with an open concerns as you got closer. Hey, bud. Hey, Dae. How you doing? Hey. Hey, guys. We'd be doing better if we hadn't been abandoned in a farmer's market by our families. I saw your mom's frowning at this response, while glancing from Cove to Mom with blinking eyes. Just because Dae tries to make things a good time no matter what doesn't mean you can just leave them out of your plans and expect them to go with it every time. Oh my gosh, when he stands up for you. Ma hung her head ashamed, and Mom had a hand pressed to her cheek. You could tell that they were quickly regretting their scheme.
I'm so sorry.
Her words were full of emotion. Whoa! Shaggy, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, thank you. How were the games? How did stream go? Oh my goodness, that kind of scared me. The jump scare. Well, welcome in. If any of you are new here, my name is Dae Ursa. I am a bear, a VTuber. This is my little bud down here, BB. We like to eat on stream sometimes. And also, we scream at video games all the time. And this game we're screaming at today is Our Life. Beginning and always. I almost said the wrong game name.
Hello, Raiders.
Yes, hello, hello indeed. So how was the stream? How were the games? Were you winning, bud? You get them fat wins? I know you got 2 earlier in Fall Guys, right? Did you play any more games? Did you get any more wins? I got 3 crowns total. Oh, that's nice. Got an extra one. Good job, bud. I bestow a crown upon you for your wins. All Fall Guys, Fortnite ran for me. Oh, okay, I see now. I was like, what? Fortnite's running from you. Well, Fortnite be like that sometimes. I've actually never played Fortnite before. There was a time I almost downloaded it and started playing it, but I wanted to play it with my friend, and they refused to do it at the time. And then apparently later on he did actually play a game, and I was like, you didn't play it with me? And he was like, well, I'll do it now. I was like, no, you're too late. Or was that a different game? I don't know. He seemed to do that a lot. But honestly, it'd be like that sometimes. Well, I'm glad you at least got the 3 crowns. 3 is better than 0 after all. It's so rude, I know. Honestly, I think it was like maybe like a year or 2 afterward that incident happened. So he probably just didn't remember. But when he told me that, I was like, oh, you betrayed. He's like, we'll do it now. It's like, no. if you really want to. It's like, no, I don't want to anymore. Now I must sleep. Okay, Shaggy. I hope you have a good rest, a good sleep. Get some good dreams. Yeah, good night.
Sleep well, Shaggy.
Yeah. Never mind, I must join mail. Oh, okay. That popped up as Bibi was saying that. Oh well. Wait, it's join Mel. Mel is playing Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. Yeah,
Thank you so much for the raid.
Yes, thank you again, Shaggy. I looked over to see what Mel was playing. I just saw like Leg, and I was like, oh my god, League of Legends. I got League on the mind still, but no, Legend of Zelda. All right, let's finish this up. Her words were full of emotion. Mom squeezed Ma's arm. We were trying to make an errand more of a trip, less of a chore. Ma nodded. We didn't think you, Cove, and Liz wanted to be stuck turning around with a market with your parents all day. Especially not in the summer. She adamantly hates the game. Oh. Mel Dabo for playing League again. Dang. Honestly, that's fair though. I that was me for a time, but then it just called to me. Like I was laying there one night and I just had a thought, what if we played League again? And then I went back down the rabbit hole. But I was when I first got into League, I was a mess. I was a bit of I dare say a little toxic for a while. But then I took a break from it for a couple years, and then my friend go back into it. And now that I'm more mature, you could say, handle my emotions a bit better, it works out more now. I've been playing for 11 years. Oh my gosh, the dedication. Dang, Jack. So you must be a pro League of Legends player now, huh? You got that pro League diamond? No. Well, what's the top rank? Grandmaster? Where's that? Overwatch? I don't even remember. I played ranked like once. And that was enough for me. Challenger. Oh, okay. I think I played like a couple games of ranked, and then like the last one I played, I played Nasus, and I was against a Teemo, and they were yelling at me because the Teemo kept killing me. And I was like, you know what, never again. I did rank once and got silver 4, I think when I used to play Tarek. Oh yeah, I used to play Tarek too. I loved him. And then they reworked him, and then I got a little confused on how to play him. Wait, you played Nasus versus a Teemo? Yeah. I wasn't very good at the time. So I don't know if like you're supposed to be Teemo with Nasus, but you know, basically what happened is I got top lane, but I lost the game by champ alone, yeah. Teemo hard counters Nasus. I mean, I figured. I think I was first pick actually. And I got stuck with top lane, and I'm not good at top lane. Well, something I'm not good. I'm not the experience with top lane. I only play bot lane, or like ADC or support. And I think maybe at the time I played a little bit of mid lane. But that the top lane, no. So I was not familiar with any like top lane champions except for Nasus, so I just picked him. And then I think they picked Teemo to like beat the shit out of me, and they did. They really did. It just all went downhill from there. It was unfortunate. But now I know better. Now I know not to play ranked anymore. or to queue for Phil. Poor young Dae, I know. I think actually I played 2 top lane champions. I played Nasus or Gnar, and I think I don't know, I don't think I was confident in Gnar at the time, so I played Nasus instead. I mean, it is what it is, you know? I love Gnar. Me too! Oh my gosh. Gnar was like the one top champion that was, besides Nasus, that I really like clicked with. He's so great. He's just a funky little angry guy. Sometimes a big guy, you know? We'd love to see it. My friend actually gifted me Gentleman Gnar when I started playing him. It was very nice. I used to main top when I couldn't play bot with my friends, so I would go Gnar/Poppy. Yeah. I think if I were to do solo league now, I think I'd probably queue for Hmm. Probably mid. Cause I don't think I want to deal with a random in bot lane. Then I don't not doing top, so I'll probably just go mid. But mid's so hard to like get in a game sometimes. Or Ornn when he came out. Bless your heart. I had some pretty good games in mid lane. I definitely wasn't a cracked mid laner, but I could. I would go top if I played solo. I don't know, top just seems like a whole different world to me. I did or passive support, yeah. I did like mid lane though because I liked playing Lux and I liked playing Veigar, and back in the day I liked playing Malzahar too. So there was like there was an array of like mid lane champions that I was familiar with. So I felt more confident in mid lane than I did top lane. I play Veigar support. Oh my god, that's awful. But I love that at the same time. We love to see it. Just constantly throwing down your ring to stun them. That is kind of cracked. It's like, you thought Lux and Morgana... Lux and Morgana supports were annoying? Now try Veigar. The little gremlin. Honestly, I should try that, actually. That's a good point. I'm glad you brought that up. Maybe I should try that. Alright. Enough League. We can play League later. I have to finish this. But you're always very thoughtful and don't like to leave your moms behind, so we did ourselves. It was only going to be for the market, not the other stops. I promise. No, don't apologize. That's fine. I mean, I was the one that was getting into it. Max and I would try to do one-shot builds, and I think he would take Syndra while I played Vey. Ooh, wow. No, you're good. I was starting to, like, derail the focus of the stream into League. That's on me. Don't apologize. There will be other opportunities to talk about League. Still, you're right. We could have just told you and let you make your own call. I'm really sorry. I really am sorry. Neither was meant to upset you.
I'm really sorry.
All gas, no brakes. And we should have known better. Sorry. Mom ditched me too, after pulling her urgent potty break stunt, if that helps. I went off to do my own shopping, as it seems they planned.
Sorry.
So I didn't check back in with you. I wasn't thinking, just tried to blow it off. Oh my gosh, even Liz was... Even Liz got caught up in the parental abandonment. Not again. We were already orphans once, you can't do it again. He quietly took in their stories of what happened. Over to the side, Cove was talking to his dad. Thanks for telling me something was up, though I feel bad for missing the warning when you sent it.
You're welcome.
There's no trouble, sport. I learned my lesson about making surprise plans. Cove spotted his dad. Mr. Holden laughing, clapped Cove on the back.
Not bad.
Wow, we're really being held play today. You realize you hadn't been only on lookers to the Holden's moment. Your moms were exchanging rueful looks. Liz had her arms crossed over her chest, patiently waiting, watching it unfold. Yes, looks like it. We better find some way to catch up.
In that case,
Maybe we can do Dae's chores for the next week? Oh, hell yeah, do my chores. Mom jabbed Mom on the shoulder. You might be onto something. Dae, how'd you like the sound of that? Looked you hopefully. Sounds good to me. Oh, you're gonna have to do more than that? Nah, I'll take what I can get. Good, we're serious. At the very least, we can make sure everything stays together for the rest of the stops we're making today. You all nodded at the suggestion.
yes.
We won't let you down. We'll be the best sheepdogs ever, guarding the flock and catching any strays. We could at least be shepherds. You chuckled, your mood lifting in spite of the bumpy morning. It was going to be alright. You turned to the entrance for the farmer's market for one final glance, pressing it into your memory under this new light. You thought on what you picked at the market and how you were going to enjoy it later. Some things you could only get from local suppliers like this. That was another perk about coming along to the market today. Actually, you realized that this would be a good time to bring out the fudge you got to share, while everyone was clustered together. Your attention, please. I have something for you all. Despite your abandonment, I have gotten you a gift. The announcement grabbed everyone's interest, and they looked over at you, each curious about what you had in store. You dug your hand into the bag and pulled out the specially selected treat. There was this great fudge stall, and I'm being so kind and generous, I got a box for us to try together. Ooh,
Aw.
that's so sweet of you. The Holdens were wearing matching grins at the prospect of free dessert, their family resemblance more notable as they mirrored each other's expression. Sweet is the right word for this. Thanks very much, Dae.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're fantastic.
Oh, you're fantastic. Mom really loves fudge. Great. Can't wait to bust it open. We should save it for tonight. You can probably enjoy a treat when there's still chores to be done. Besides, we don't want to make a mess with it melting in this heat. The others murmured their agreements and nodded, reaching a consensus. You stowed the box away safely for now. Cove then saddled up next to you, an eager smile on his face. You could tell from his expression that he was up to something. Thanks again for getting the fudge. It was really cool of you. You knew he hadn't come over just to thank you individually, not with that huge smirk. I got something to share too, but, well, only really with you. I guess I'm not as nice. Oh well. Oh my god, Cove being a bad boy? Who would have thought? You've been plotting your own scheme? He laughed. Anyway, well, I sort of picked something out with you in mind. You held a hand to your chest, staring at Cove as he explained further. Since your mom decided we should stop separately, I figured I could use the time to get you something. Just as a little surprise. If you could call that a bad boy. A bad boy in Cove's own way. And Cove's back at it again with more surprises. He reached into one of his bags and retrieved one of the wrapped up objects. You accepted the unexpected present and he looked on excitedly as you tore off the paper. It was a glass bottle of small batch lemonade. Ooh, lemonade. You didn't need to taste it to know that it would be nice. It was a boutique product. Oh my gosh. Fancy. It was heavy in your hands. The container and the smart metal cap reaffirming the quality. Even the label, constructed from coarse paper rather than flimsy sheet of plastic, was distinctive. You were practically bouncing in anticipation. He smiled sweetly at your reaction. It's not a big deal, but I just thought you might like it. I love it! Thank you. You didn't have to do that. You're so wonderful. You're always getting me things, Cove. Cove's love language is gift-giving, apparently. You didn't have to do that. Oh, but I can't believe we both got each other something. His eyes began to widen. I got something for you too, when you weren't around. There was a burst of laughter, first from your mom, followed by a chorus of chuckles from the other three. You'd forgotten that they were still hanging around. Unfortunately, they hadn't paid you and Cove the same courtesy and had been listening in on your conversation. You weren't even apart for a whole day. You both still used that as a chance to get each other little gifts. Ma claps her hands together, eyes bright. That's so lovely. A day? It was less than a whole morning.
Right?
True. I don't even want to think about what happens when you spend real time apart. That's my boy. Mr. Horns is like, hell yeah, guys. You reach back into the bag where you had first retrieved the box of fudge for everyone, shuffling it aside to take out the other one underneath. You smirked wildly, amused that the others were still watching you. That first box was for the rest of those people to split amongst themselves, but I got an extra special one, all for you. Mr. Horton's like, I raised him right, hell yeah. Cove's face lit up, his grin stretching from ear to ear. The laughter that came from the others, who were fully tuned into your little show, didn't appear to reach him.
Seriously?
Really? It's only for me? It's for me? Just for me? Yeah! Cove took the box of fudge in one hand and claimed one of your hands with his other. He used the hold he had to lead you closer to him, while he lifted the hand to his mouth and peppered kisses over your knuckles. Oh my gosh. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He looked at you with shining eyes. At this rate, it wouldn't just be a little group that knew that you'd been treating him. The whole parking lot was going to learn about it. Behind Cove, you could see Mom watching you both with a smile of hilarity. See, this is why he's so attached. You spoiled him. You shouldn't make fun, Pam. It's clearly mutual. Besides, I don't hear you complaining when I'm spoiling you. Ma pinched Mom's cheek, making her laugh as she batted the hand away. True, true. Liz clasped her hands together with the air of a teacher calling for attention. Since the other adults aren't acting like grown-ups, the rest of us are going to have to pick up the slack. It's time to get back on the schedule and continue with the rest of the errands. Playtime is officially over. Ah, recess over? Have to go back to class? Ma laughed while Mr. Horton grinned awkwardly. Mom hung her head in an exaggerated display of mock defeat. Kids are tough. I can't even call them kids anymore. Liz tut-tutted with amusement at her mother. Cove shrugged, staying a neutral observer, but the small smile on his face revealed that he was enjoying the conclusion. Sorry, that term has expired. Her dress cute. It do be cute. She's very stylish. You grinned, letting them know that you were at least partly joking, though really you and Cove and Liz could hardly be called kids these days. You were glad that everyone was getting along. With that, your trip to the farmer's market was closed. It was time to move on. There were too many of you for one car, so you and Cove had wound up in Mr. Horton's car on the way over. You figured it made sense to do the same for the next leg of the journey. You sat next to Cove in the back. Immediately after the click of the seatbelt and its lock announced that Cove was safely strapped on, he began to unfold the box of fudge he'd been given. You're gonna eat now? Uh-huh. It's mine. I'm gonna eat it now if I want to. He nodded eagerly, not taking his eyes from the container. He lifted the top off and longingly admired the selection inside. Milk chocolate fudge is a staple. You can never go wrong with that. Ooh, I love nuts and fudge. I love nuts anyway, but the contrast between the crunchy nuts and the soft, squishy fudge is great. Eat these nuts in your mouth now. I need to take some notes. Ooh. Gotta write that down, write that down. Is the green fudge lime? Yeah, key lime. That's amazing, because it's fudge, but also fruity somehow. Nuts, you say? They had one with caramel? Wow, it's gonna be so nice. Once Cove had finished bestowing praise on what you picked, he promptly started sampling the selection. He was smiling, licking his lips and having a grand old time. You could also tell from the way his nibbling was turning into munching that the box wasn't going to survive the trip to the next stop. You were right. Cove tried to savor the treats, claiming just one more until there was only one left, and the statement was finally forced to be true. He finished the last one too. He sighed contentedly.
Thank you.
Those were really great. You're welcome. He set the pickled clean box to the side, then rested his hands on his spoiled tummy. Cove wasn't going to be hungry for a while after that. Oh, you know this boy can eat anything. As soon as food comes into mind, he's like, oh, I guess I shall eat, thank you. From there, he sat wordlessly, gaze drifting to the window. You knew Cove well enough to spot the signs of when he was physically present but mentally elsewhere. The way he would fall quiet, staring without seeing, long blanks, all of which he was doing right now as he looked at nothing in particular. He licked his fingers absent-mindedly, getting the last of the melted fudge off his hand. You were pleased he ignored that much. Is it too late to ask for a taste? You teased him. I would have enjoyed a bite too, you said seriously. You looked away, feeling bashful over how well your gift had received. I'm pleased that he liked it. You closed your eyes as you pulled up to the resolve to speak. You waggled your eyebrows at him jokingly. So, what were you so lost in thought about? Well, I was just thinking about how nice you are. How nice I am? Yeah. His face grew redder as his hands clenched around the top of his knees. You stared at him, hoping for an explanation, but Cove simply ducked his head. When he next spoke, his voice was barely more than a whisper. I'm lucky I get to be with you. Oh shit. I'm the lucky one here. I feel lucky too. He beat at you from the corner of his eyes, still too shy to look at you directly. You smiled at him affectionately, eliciting an equally caring smile from Cove in return. You felt content, secure in your relationship with Cove. I drank my drink now. Mine! You twisted off the cap and brought it to your mouth. Even before the first sip reached your lips, the scent tickled your nostrils. You took a swig. It was refreshing, the perfect way to hit the spot after a long morning trawling through the market. Not bad at all. Thanks, Cove. He grinned at you, pleased that his pick had been well received.
You're welcome.
You spent the rest of the day completing the remaining errands all together, as a group. You were glad as you closed the day with everyone. You enjoyed your brief independence. Too bad I can't pick both. It might have come about under ideal circumstances, but it had provided you with an opportunity to spend time making your own choices. You felt that you'd risen to the challenge. Okay, there we go. And with that, we'll save the ending of step 3 for next time. Which will be next week, of course. Okay. Let's put the burger away. And we switch over here. And yeah, that was great. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna have to close the chat and reopen it in OBS to get it back in its position. It's like overlapping everything. Oh, well. But thank you so much, guys, for joining me. Like I said, we'll be playing the last 2 steps and the ending of step 3. And if we have more time, I'm gonna try to get the epilogue and the wedding done. The DLC done. On, the next time we stream it.
Goodbye, Dae.
And goodbye, BB. Wait, aren't you coming with me? We live together. No, I didn't say anything. No, shit. I said the DLC. I didn't say anything about that. You heard nothing. Nothing was said. Nothing is being done. Shush, shush. No, just leave that from your head. Damn it. Ah, shit. My big fat mouth. Lady. Okay. Alrighty. So let's go ahead. Let's get. We're getting a raid going. Just okay. Whatever you heard in the last fast minute or 2 minutes, just delete that from your mind. Okay. Where's Mel? Grim Melody, please. Thank you. We're raiding Mel. She's playing Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. Oh, she got a new PNG to do. I won't, but I'll pretend. God damn it, Jack. You and your memory. Okay, yes, like I said, Mel is playing Legend of Zelda. Very fun, very nice. And we will hang out with her. It'll be great. She wants to look more silly. Yeah, yeah. It's a nice little hat and theme with the game as well. It was very nice. But alrighty, so with that, you know, Grandy. Who the fuck is Grandy? I don't know why I put a one. Damn, well, I guess I'm a Grandy now. Okay, so this is our last stream of the week. I won't see you guys till Monday. So make sure you guys do a lot of stuff for the weekend and tell me about it when we could meet back up. I will be out and about and other people's streams hanging out till then. And yeah. Yeah, I hope you guys have a good... I'll see you Sunday, maybe. Ooh, maybe. Sunday? What's on Sunday? Oh, your stream. You're streaming Sunday, aren't you? Yeah, okay. I've forgotten. But alrighty. So I hope you guys have a good rest of your day or night, wherever you may be. Oh yeah, Honkai. Yeah, I'll be there. I'll be there. Okay, the raid is about to start. So I will see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye.